Hello. Hello. Speaker is there. Which speaker? पर वो चल ही नहीं रहा है. They are not working on. In the break, I want you all to solve this sum. Question 4, MCQ. Whenever you get time, like you, I just want you to solve this. Let's do it. Come on, guys. Okay, guys. Okay. Switch on the AC, no? That. No, not. Why? To switch on the fan. This one. अरे तो वहां पे बैठ यार, तू, मेरे को गर्मी लग रहा है. You sit somewhere else, no? Then you sit there. So hot. Chennai is so hot. Okay, friends, listen up now. Okay, one of the most easiest topics, two easiest topics that we are going to do today. One is tax invoice, debit note, and credit note, and the other part is अपना time of supply. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay, listen up. So right now we are doing tax invoice, debit note, and credit note. Why is this chapter required on the first place? Why are we doing it? Very simple. So there is a supplier, there is a recipient. Now the supplier used to supply goods or service, but he used to really delay in issuing tax invoice. Now because of that, as you all know, that the primary condition to avail ITC is to have what, beta? Tax invoice. So if let's say I have supplied goods on 1/4, recipient has received goods on 2/4. So goods he has received when? 2/4. But supplier is actually issuing invoice when? When? 1/12. 1/12. So this person will also get ITC. Are you getting it? So late, yaar. So late. And that is because of whose mistake? Who has to go through that hardship? So to teach supplier a lesson and to make sure that he starts following, very simple thing. Supplier was told that, listen, Mr. Supplier, while you are supplying goods or service, there is a time limit that is given to you to issue invoice. Simple. If you issue invoice within that time limit, Mr. Supplier, then very good. You happy, recipient happy. But if you don't issue the invoice within the time limit, then you will be penalized to the extent of 25,000 rupees per transaction. So now you take a call whether to do the compliance or not. Very simple. So looking at this gigantic figure, supplier realized his mistake and he fell in line and he stopped doing these non-compliances and started complying and started issuing invoice at the right time, because not issuing invoice at the right time had some consequence and he obviously wanted to escape that. So which is why now supplier issues invoice at the right time and recipient also gets the ITC on the right time. So in the entire chapter we are going to learn only two things. What are we going to learn, Ganesan? Situation and its time limit. Okay, in this situation, this is the time limit. This situation, this is the time limit. Very simple. It's just a one-liner thing. Extremely simple. Okay, let's do it. Go ahead, guys. So GST में सबसे पहले क्या आता है? G. G माने genius. Are you getting it? Yes. G माने goods. So first we will focus on the time limit to issue invoice when it comes to supply of goods. Let's hit this. What is the time limit? So here, the first situation is movement of goods. What is it? What is movement of goods? Goods ka halan chalan. What is halan chalan? Movement of goods. Coming and going. Coming and. So for example, my dear friends, if I send goods to the recipient, I have caused the movement of goods. And if recipient comes to me, okay, Mahadangi, recipient comes to me and tells I want goods, then in that case, who has caused movement of goods? The recipient has caused movement of goods. Okay. So whoever is causing the movement of goods, okay, does not matter. Whoever. The time limit to issue invoice in case of movement of goods where either supplier is sending goods to recipient or recipient is coming to supplier's premises and taking goods back to his own premises. Date of removal of goods is the date when you have to issue the invoice. So you remove goods, you issue invoice. So as soon as you remove goods, at that time only you will issue the invoice. So what is the time limit? On or before? On or before the date of removal of goods. Is this very clear? Got it? Tell me, what will be the time of supply, time limit to issue invoice? Lokin year, HUL Limited. बोल. सही है. That is the date of removal. Is that very clear? Are yes? Hmm. Also remember when the invoice is issued in case of goods, okay, the tax invoice is also always issued in triplicate. Original is for the recipient. Duplicate is for the transporter. And triplicate is for the supplier. बुक निकाल बालाजी. ओपन है. चलो डन. Okay. The second will be, my dear friends, no movement of goods. Where there is absolutely no movement of goods. Where you are selling goods, but you are But there is no movement, yaar, Hari. There is no movement at all. You are selling goods, but there is no movement. For example, classic example is, let's say this premises was owned by some other classes, right? And let's say that person wants to exit this coaching business. HiQ saw an opportunity, and it is a great thing for any entrepreneur where the systems are set, where he just has to start conducting lectures. So everything was there. Now the deal happened in two parts. One is the immovable property part, and the other is the furniture part. So everything from this to bench to board to fans to ACs to projector. Okay. Now sale of immovable property is not subject to GST. That is what everyone knows. But sale of furniture is definitely subject to GST, right? All of this is what? Movable. It's all movable. Correct? Now the thing is, my dear friends, very simple. Am I going to take this out? If HiQ is purchasing this, am I going to take this off? This is going to remain here. Was it here? Is it going to remain here? End of discussion. There is no movement of goods, and there is sale of goods. There is supply of goods. So in such situation, are you going to remove goods? No. So that date will not come only into question. Government says the right time to issue invoice is when you are actually handing over the goods to the recipient, or when you are delivering the goods to the recipient. Is this very clear? Is this very clear? When you are actually either delivering yani ki now it is at the recipient's disposal. Yeah, you are making available for use to the recipient, whatever the case may be. Right? One other classic example is given here. Check. Bharat Forge, registered in Mumbai, supplies renting of machinery service to HUL in Ahmedabad. So Bharat Forge has sent its machinery on rent, okay, from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. Machine was sent to HUL on 1/4/19 for rent. The agreement got over on 31/3/2020. HUL on 1/4/2020 placed the order of purchase with Forge. The machine was sold and available to HUL as it's made a machinery on, okay, on 2/4/2020. So here first I had given the machinery on rent. The person liked the machinery so much that he actually now wants to purchase it altogether. So where is the machinery now? With me or Bharat Forge? Is it there? Is it also supplied there? There is no movement. So when goods was getting sold, was there any sale transaction? Was there any movement? So in this case, again, what will happen? Date of delivery of goods. So what will be the date? Tax invoice shall be raised on or before Salam. Right. Okay, next. Where successive statements of accounts or successive payments are involved, what will happen in this case? So if the situation is continuous supply of goods, the time limit will be successive statement of accounts or successive payments, whichever is earlier. Are you getting it? Okay. Now in this case, what is exactly happening? There is a supplier, there is a recipient, right? Now in this case, there is continuous supply of goods that is happening. Supplier is in Maharashtra, recipient is in Gujarat, right? So recipient is basically, let's say, a builder, and he wants cement from supplier every day for the next 365 days. Firstly, tell me, is there movement of goods from Maharashtra to Gujarat? And there is movement every day. And what did we learn in movement? When to issue invoice? Date of, date of, date of, date of removal of goods. Now, if he will keep doing that, recipient will get 365 invoice from me only. Let's say, for example, he has 1000 suppliers to do. He has 3,65,000 invoices. He will have to make a separate building to just better keep the invoices. So there is a lot of compliance on suppliers, and definitely recipient also has to store it. And if he misplaces it, he loses the IT, and that he cannot afford, beta. He cannot afford. And which is why what government said is that, listen, in this case, don't worry. The time limit for you will be issuance of statement of accounts or a date of payment, whichever is earlier. So ideally what happens is, I'm sure Mr. Supplier, you must have told the recipient, okay, that ideally what happens in such cases is that the payments are not done as and when the goods are supplied. There is a certain time limit, monthly, fortnightly, quarterly, 6 monthly, whatever. So whatever that time period is, for that you issue statement of accounts. For example, it is monthly. So in the entire month of April, whatever supplies I have made, uska statement of accounts I will send when? Let's say I and recipient mutually decide on 3rd of the next month. So on 3rd May, I will send him what? Statement of accounts, where I will actually send him the quantity that I have supplied in the previous month. Okay? Government says, so ideally what will happen? You have supplied goods, then you issue statement of accounts, and then you will get the payment. And if the goods are customized nature, where except the recipient that goods will be sold to no one, supplier can possibly also take advance, then supply goods, and then finally issue statement of. Government says whichever is the earlier date, whichever is the earlier date, does not matter, you take that date as the date when you should issue invoice, right? So in statement of accounts, ideally they only mention the value and the quantity and the description of goods. They will never mention CGST, SGST. They will never mention the GST number. That all that will be mentioned where? In the tax invoice. So in this case, where the goods are supplied in the month of November, January, just a second, November, December, January. Okay. Keep this. So in the month of November, the statement of account issued was next month ka 5/12 or receipt of payment 12/12, whichever is whichever is whichever is that will be. Got it? Second, in the month of December, what will happen? 5/1, 10/1, whichever is. And third, लिख दिया तूने यहाँ पे? Did you write it down here? And the last is, in case of goods, 31 subsection 7, when the goods are sent on approval for sale or return, right? What do you mean by this, Salam? What? थोड़ा ऊंचा बोल, speak loudly. Yes. So for example, okay, Mr. Neerav Modi, you know Neerav Modi? Huh? Yes. Very interesting story I read actually. He's right now in London, no? So there is a case that is going on that he needs to be extradited from London and be sent and given to the Indian government authorities, right? But the human rights in London is extremely high. Like they really give a lot of priority to the what humans are actually suffering. So now in Supreme Court, he has applied there, and his plea is that his lawyers are pleading that if given to the Supreme Court, sorry, if given to the Indian authorities, there is a there is a big chance that Nirav Modi can commit suicide because he's right now mentally very weak and low and all of that, right? So please don't do this. That is the premise at which they are actually working. So they are showing his mental state level or blood pressure level or this level and that level to show that how much stress he is going through right now. But what about the stress that he gave to thousands of people, beta? Right? You don't know, but there is this singer called Himesh Reshamya. Have you heard about him? Himesh Reshamya is a very big composer in Bollywood. So he asked him to come to his shop for inauguration. And in return, he had promised him 10 lakh rupees. And that he has done with a lot of heroines also, actresses. So whatever the inauguration of the shop is, he'll ask the actress to come for the ribbon cutting and all of that and promise her 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh, 20 lakh, 50 lakh. And all he used to pay that in the form of diamonds. And those diamonds were always artificial. So actually they are costing, let's say, 50,000 rupees, and he has told that it is for 5 lakh rupees. That's how he made payments. And it was only later, when everything was over, did they get to know that these diamonds are real or not. So that is how it is. I was just researching about him, and that's what I got to know. Nonetheless, so Nirav Modi, let's say, okay, is sending goods to Nayantara, big Tamil actress, I heard. So now the thing is, my dear friends, that Your goods are sent. On approval for sale or return. So do you realize here he is in Mumbai, she is in Chennai, right? Is there movement of goods? Yes. Okay, let's say 1/4 was the date of removal. Okay, and 1/7 was the date of approval. So now there is movement of goods. It's very simple. We will issue invoice when? At the time of removal of goods. Correct? Do you think it is correct? That as a supplier, where I am sending goods to him on sale or return basis, I am issuing the invoice on 1/4 only. How stupid will that be? Because that clearly means that recipient has no say in this. When I am issuing invoice to the recipient on the date of removal only, what I am trying to make a statement is that listen, I don't give a damn what you say. I have considered a sale of goods in my books of accounts. So now you approve or not approve does not. The what is the entire spirit of the transaction goes for a toss. The recipient will say, what the hell then? Then why are you saying that this transaction is sale or return? So supplier said, okay, that is also a valid point. So we will not take this date obviously. We will take that date when you actually approve the goods. So the date when you approve the goods, and there is one additional date that government has given from their end, and I'll tell you why. And that is 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. The reason was very simple, that there were a lot of cases where supplier used to keep these very absurd approval cycles. 10 months, 12 months, 15 months. Arey, what are you doing with those goods? You, you are taking 10 months to approve the goods. What are you doing with that goods? Nonsense. Why are you taking so much time to approve one single goods? 10 months? Huh? So which is why government said, listen boss, I don't give a damn what the actual period is. If the goods which are sent on approval for sale or return, if they are not approved within 6 months, I don't give a damn. After 6 months, I will ask the supplier to issue invoice and I will ask him to recognize it as sales. Is this very clear? Period. I don't give a damn about what the actual transactions are, terms are negotiated between supplier and recipient, because according to me, no recipient should take more than 6 months ka time to approve any goods. Simple. If he's taking, it's a fraud transaction, and I want to safeguard myself from that and not delay my tax revenue any further. Because only when you conclude that there is a supply, there is a crime, and you have to pay for it. So the more delay you do, the more postponing, the more tax revenue you are actually postponing. So to avoid that, government said 6 months from the date of removal, 6 months from the date of, 6 months from the date of, 6 months from the date of, whichever is. Got it? तो क्या है? Mr. Modi, a diamond here. Send diamonds to Mr. Patel on approval for sale or return on 1/6 for a period of 5 months. Goods were delivered to Mr. Patel on 5/6. Mr. Patel signified his approval on 24/10. Huh? Huh. You tell me two dates. 24/10 is the right answer, but what is 6 months from the date of removal wala date? First? Beta, look at the provision. No, what is the provision, beta? When has he removed goods? When has he removed goods? Salam. Simple. Follow what is given. Follow what is given. Sir, then what is 5 months? I told you that we are not supposed to take into consideration any actual amount, any actual period. To hell with it. That whether it's 5 months or 15 months. Simple. Government is only concerned with two dates. When you have approved or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier, then how does it matter for how much period I have given him for approval? How does it matter? Are you getting it? Now tell me that date. Huh? First? Acha, in months, please remember, you will keep the day as same. Month will only change. Day will always be the same. Date or day. Date, sorry. One तो one ही रहेगा. But only month will change. Got it? Come here. We are done with, my dear friends, tax invoice to be issued in case of supply of goods. Tell me there are four instances. First is movement of goods. Movement of goods में क्या आएगा? Time limit क्या है? No movement. Delivery of goods. Goods sent on approval for sale or return. Or 6 months from the date of 6 months from the date of whichever is, and continuous supply of goods, or date of payment whichever is very. Now comes supply of service. Very simple. Government has said just one thing, that listen beta, that here, what is the time limit to issue invoice? Government said, okay, within 30 days from the date of issue of invoice. Okay, within 30 days from the date of issue of invoice. Within 30 days from the date of supply of service. Where you are figuring out the date of issue of invoice. So, आज, for example, let's say 1/4 I supply service. The provision of service is this date. What is this service? This is one-time service. How do I say one-time service? So, you came for a tax consultation and I gave you a consultation and you gave me money on hourly basis. You paid me. Okay. Now the thing is, my dear friends, very simple. One forego service has been given. Yes. Now within 30 days you need to issue invoice. Are you getting it? So today, so tell me, when will 30 days get over? Always count from the next day. So if there are 30 days in April, one has gone, 29 days, we want 30 days next day. Is this very clear? 1 5. What if this would have been what if this date would have been 1 5? 31 5. Because in May there are 31 days. So one chala gaya, 30 days, 31st day. 31st day will be the 30th day. You understand what do I say, beta? You understand da? What does da mean da? Huh? D. Da you means darling? How are you da? How are you D? With this. So elderly, what do you say? Dada. Okay. Irkinga and Irka. Irkada. Okay. No, how this is how life sometimes is, how easily we pick up things in an environment, the way we are actually born and brought up. Okay. So there was this story, I don't know if you know this or not, that there was this lion, who actually was born and brought up in an environment of dogs. And he actually started believing himself that he's a dog. He was trying to bark, right? Only when actually he met his family member and realized that he can also roar, you know. So that's how habitual, forget about humans, even animals can get. That we start internalizing. So that's how humans are, right? That we pick up a lot of things from our past experiences. So if we failed in, let's say, CA foundation, there is always a fear that we might even fail in inter CA, because it's a very simple connect to make that, since inter CA is a level up then CA foundation, right? There's a very good chance that I will also fail here once and only then I will pass. These are the, presumptions humans make uh, without any context. There is no truth to that. It's just plain simple fear. And most of the times, fear is always unaddressed, and it is always of things which we are ignorant about. Fear is always about the uncertainty, because we cannot foresee anything that's coming, right? And which is why all I want to say is that when I was in inter CA, the very first month of my inter CA was so difficult, because I joined the early bird batch, where just 3 days or 3 days exactly after my CA foundation CPT exams, I was in the classroom again. And that was extremely disappointing, because I realized I needed a break. I did not get a break. अभी तो क्या है, it's still after one week or 15 days. वहाँ पे तो after 3 days only I was sitting in the, I was like, what the hell, like, because You understand that there is HSC, there is CA foundation, and then you start with it. So there is no break at all for the last 1.5 year. So for the first year, though, I used to be, there were subjects like direct tax, costing. I'm like, what? What is happening? So for the, you understand, for 10 classes of direct tax, 10 classes is almost 30 years of direct tax. I was just baffled understanding one concept, and that is, sir, if a person has started his business in let's say 2021, why the hell are you calling it previous year? It is current year, no? How can you call it previous year? What are you saying previous year, previous year? It is current year, no? What previous? It is current. So why are you saying previous? So I thought, did not understand only that for the longest time. Then someone told me that it is a previous year in the context of assessment year. That in the you don't assess the assessment year. You assess the previous year. Because here the taxation that is paid is on yearly basis, not like GST where you pay tax on monthly basis. Then salary chapter came. And I'm like, why is this chapter? Like, why are these small allowances given, like 100 rupees per day and 500 rupees per day and 1000 rupees per day? What the hell? These are such redundant, वो होते हैं ना वो hostel and what, I don't know. Ho- Hostel education allowance or, right? Then there is big chart of that motor vehicle, so much CC, so much. And I'm like, why? Why on earth do I have to study this? Such existential questions, you know? Then costing came. Costing. The person started with marginal costing, labor costing, standard costing. And I can't understand a word of it because my costing, except cost sheet and material costing, I was not good at anything. Which chapters are done in your case? Overheads. अरे overheads में तो ये absorption overhead. And which overhead? माने I'm like, why are we doing? My questions were, and why is this is so difficult that I can't understand only? You know, costing was something that I really had a tough time. So what happened is that, especially what happens, I'll tell you, that if you are, so in classes, you come in classes and you make friends, right? Now this सबसे बड़ा problem is this friend, the biggest problem. So if you have a friend and the subject that you are not good at, he is damn good at it. So my friend, so teacher is on question fourth, I am on question second, and my friend is on question six. I'm like, how do you solve this so fast? Now what happens is that we are so immature and naive that we tend to make judgments about ourselves. That I'm so dumb. Why don't I understand things in the first go? I'm this, I'm that, you start sabotaging yourself big time. That how bad you are, that you don't deserve to be a CA. You don't deserve to become an CA final aspirant. You cannot pass inter CA with such low caliber. I don't know if you must have done this to yourself or not, but I did. Because that just is so very natural, no? Because you don't have to think about it, it just comes. That I don't understand this, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough. Simple. This exam is not meant for me. I'm not cut out for this. Conclusion. The end. Do you do this or not? Yes or no? Now that is very incorrect. And I'll tell you why. Because I overcame it. How? So when financial management lectures started, FM. So I have been tracking stock market since I was in ninth standard. Right? I know how it works. I know what everything is related to stock markets. And there I realized that damn, I understand this really fast. In this case, teacher is on the second sum, I'm on the sixth sum, and my friend just does not understand anything. That's where I realized that no, I cannot tell myself that I don't know this and I'm not cut out for this. It is merely out of my discomfort, that is outside my comfort zone, that I can't grasp it well. Then that's fine. That's how learning happens. You did not know how to ride a bicycle in the first go. You did not. You did not know how to swim in the first go. But I still remember that it was like 10 feet deep, and my height was, I was not as tall as I was. I was some, 4, 5, or 5 feet for that matter. I was in sixth or seventh standard, I remember, fifth or sixth standard, and I have my coach there, and he tells me jump. He tells me jump, and I know that it is written 10 feet, and I don't have a float with me. So it's simple. I jump and I die because I don't know how to swim. Simple. Simple math. But it does not work that way. Because as soon as I jumped, my reflexes started taking action. It started working. I started pedaling. My hands started moving. And slowly I started swimming. If not in the correct fashion, but in some way. And that's how I started putting my head above the water level. And I survived. But of all this, the most important part was, you know what? To take that leap of faith and jump in the water. To take that leap of faith when my parents left me, left that support, and asked me to ride that bicycle all alone. And I did not even know that. I did not even know that, that I was riding that bicycle without those supports. And when my father actually left me and I was riding it all on my own. And yes, I have crashed down. I have fallen down. But then I realized, okay, then this is the thing I was actually doing. I was not pedaling enough, which is why I fell down. I need to keep pedaling. So you will face friction in subjects that you feel are not comfortable. And there will be subjects that are easygoing, cakewalk for you. So don't say that you are not good enough. No one is. No one is good enough. You are not cut out for anything in life. You cut yourself out for a certain thing. You learn things. And that is what you should be good at. Learn and learn faster. Because that is in your control. There is a very big difference. The way I used to teach GST in the very first attempt and the way I teach now. Because now I know the entire law. And I've taught it so many times, I know exactly from where what is coming. You bring me any sum, any doubt, and I will resolve it. In most of the cases, that's what I believe. And in cases which I feel, I need some research, I will tell the student that I don't know this, and I'll go and I'll research and then I'll learn. Because it's a youth subject. And it's completely okay to accept that, listen, I don't know, and I will come back to you again. Because that's my job, to guide you. So never sabotage yourself, because self doubt and self criticism is very easy to do. And you do it like this. And humans are extremely good at one thing, that is overthinking. Because you cannot control it, no? And it's free of cost. Once you do it, there is no stopping. And you must have also seen that when you start overthinking so much, you become, the fatigue kicks in big time. You get tired fast because you are actually racing in your mind. You are running at a pace that you can't even imagine. So, my advice will always be one thing, that there will be times where you are doing a certain subject and then you are switching to other, and then you realize, damn, I don't know anything about the other subject that I started learning. So I don't know, before IDT there was DT or law that was going on. DT. Now you will be like, okay, I was doing DT, now again all of a sudden IDT came in. So now I am learning IDT. Now I will forget DT. So there will be times where there will be back and forth. But let me tell you, that's how every inter-C aspirant goes through. Every inter-C aspirant is figuring out, be it Mumbai or Chennai, that damn, how can I remember things? And which is why the best thing that you can possibly do is one, and that is to at least revise what is taught to you that day. Even if you do that much, no, it and summarize it in a way that you can possibly revise it when you actually hit the holidays. Now that is what students don't do. What are they focusing? Let me quickly, just wrap this chapter off. And it'll be done, and I'll be happy that, okay, once I've done IDT, once I've done DT, you don't look at longevity. You don't make your own notes. You don't invest time in understanding things. You just quickly wrap up things. Because in your mind, you want to tell yourself what? That I'm done with the first revision. But no, that's incorrect. Your revision should be so amazing that next time anyone asks you, you should be in a position to at least give a fair idea about what it is, if not the entire idea. And the best part about Chennai is, and I'll tell you that Mumbai students, I'll tell you how amazing advantage that you have vis-a-vis a Mumbaikar. So Mumbai students get up every day at 6 a.m. but not to attend class, but to go to college. So they wake up at, let's say, 5:30. They reach their college by 7 a.m. 7 to 12 p.m. they have to attend classes, lectures. They have to compulsorily sit in the college. Then from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. their lectures start. They have no time to breathe. They have absolutely no time to breathe. But still, they have the conviction of passing the exam. Still, there are so many students who, after such a rigorous schedule, will go home, have dinner, and then take out 2 hours to study the entire thing that they did today. Now, with Chennai, it's extremely convenient. Even a lot of people who are actually going to college, right? You don't have some massive attendance to take care of. And there are so many students who don't go to college only, which is the best part. So all you need to understand is how to capture the time after 3 p.m. and you have the entire day at your outset. You understand that? That even if you take a nap of 1 hour, have your lunch, you know, take a nap of 1 hour, you still have around 7 to 8 hours, which is a great thing that no one has it in Mumbai, no one has it in Ahmedabad, because they have to bloody attend their college in the first half. So use that as a capital, get leverage on it, and focus and at least track for once where your time is going. And I'm not liking this fact because I've been seeing a lot of students, roaming around, doing time pass. Why? And I'll tell you why does that happen. Because you have no track of your own time. You don't know where you are heading, which is why you don't know exactly how important that time is. Because you exactly have not planned a day before what to do the next day. And you don't make big plans of 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. No! Just make the plan of the next day. That's it. And try to achieve it on paper. So whatever you write on paper, achieve it in reality. When you keep doing that what you write, you achieving, that is the time you are inching every day towards your goal. So plan a day before, not on the same day. Because what happens is when you start planning, you will only plan. Then you don't think about execution. And see where you are investing your time. Because that is important. And set targets. First a small weekly target and then daily target. Because only that thing will be actionable which is planned just right now. So if I plan that, okay, after 1 hour, let's say after like 3:30, I have to sleep for 1 hour and then I have to make my final CA notes. I know that I have to do that. Very simple. I don't have to rack my brain again and again. The best thing about planning is that you don't have to think when that moment arrives what to do. Because you have already planned in advance that this is what you are supposed to do. But you don't make any plan only because you don't have the vision of what to do with your time. Figure out that. Otherwise, genuinely the time will go. And when your attempt will come, you won't even realize. Understand, you started your coaching in the month of what? August? It's August, September, October now. Are you getting it? We are at the end of October. 3 months have passed. Just see where you have come for yourself. Because it's just a matter of time. When is your deadline? When is the portion going to get over? The way these 3 months have passed, again 3 months will pass. And you will remain clueless. And you know what happens eventually? When you hit for your study leaves, you will have no track of which subject to start. Because you are clueless in every subject. And when you don't know when to start, what happens is only one thing, overthinking. Because then you will feel, what's the point of starting anything? What's the point of starting anything? Because you will think, then any which ways I'm not going to, complete it in 2 months or 3 months, whatever time is left with me, then why do I start? Let me now prepare only for the next attempt. That is what starts happening. So I just want you to do one thing, and that is one simple thing. For next 1 week, just track your time. Where you are actually spending. If it's Instagram, write down, okay, 30 minutes, 1 hour, Instagram, YouTube. Acha, one hour studying. 1 hour group study. where I am only teaching someone, where opposite person is teaching me, because that is also your wastage of time. And I've been there before. I've been there before. I used to really feel that, oh wow, I can teach someone, because humans look out for validation, no? उसमें तो I used to make sure that I teach my crush, because that was the only way I could communicate with her and then start a conversation. But then I realized, no, there's no point doing that, because I'm just losing out on my time. So I have to control that emotion of not talking to her. Are you getting it? That's an emotional decision, no? Because I genuinely want to talk to her, yeah. Because I like her. So I want to create some ground where I can have a conversation with her. And the best part is, since I knew certain subjects well, and she was exactly weak in that, that's a very good room of having a conversation. Because only then there, so once you will have technical conversations, only then you get into personal conversations, no? Then I will ask her whether she's having a boyfriend or not. Then when I'll ask her, can you go on a date with me or not? Right? All of that will happen. Now that's an emotional decision. I shouldn't be doing that, but I do that because I'm human. But that's what it is. You know, that we are emotional. We are emotional when and it's not about this. We are emotional when we really get bored. That's an emotion. And we spend hours and hours entertaining ourselves just to feel good. That's incorrect. That's an emotional decision. So start being aware of where you are actually getting emotionally driven and not thinking from your mind. And every time your heart will, you know, take you away from your goal, you have to get it back. So whenever you have a kid with you, for example, and you are walking on a road, the kid will just go around, but you bring it back, no? You bring it back. That's how that's how your emotional thinking is. It will feel a certain way, but you have to bring it back to realign with your goal. Only then it will make sense. Enough motivation for today, beta? Okay. I don't know if it was helpful or it makes sense or not, but definitely these were my vulnerabilities and my learnings that I had in my inter-CA journey, which I thought was important. And you should realize that sometimes you it's not always to learn from your own mistakes. Learn from others. That's how you become wise. So, simple. You will issue invoice within how many days? 30 days from the date of provision of service. Got it? That's it. So you provide service and within 30 days you need to issue invoice. Okay? Got it? Now, when it comes to banks, financial institutions, including NBFC and insurance, it will be how much? 45 days. People generally tend to forget this 45 days, because it's an exceptional case. So mark it important. So whenever in a question you see a bank or an NBFC, the first, or an insurance company, the first thing that should come to your mind is 45 days, 45 days, 45. Dinakaran, But there is a proviso to 31.2. What is proviso? Exception to the section. So if you are giving service to your own branch, yani distinct person, in case of a insurance company, in case of a banking company, in case of a, or in case of a, so in these four sectors, please write them down as I have written. If you are giving service to your own branch, then please remember, my dear friends, the time limit to issue invoice will be the date when supplier records supply of service in his books of accounts, or expiry of the quarter during such supply was made, whichever is earlier. So frankly, this data will always be given to you in the question. You just need to find this data. And I want you to find this data. Tell me what will happen. In these states, help me find both the dates. Bharti Airtel wala example. क्या? 31st? Yes. So one is definitely what? 612. And the other is? Okay, expiry of the quarter in which service was supplied. So it is supplied on 20th October. Now it falls in third quarter. Third quarter ends on which date? Got it? What if this date would have been this? Bol? 30th June. Got it? Give me answer of both this. 31 and 31st. Where did those dates come? बेटा तुम लोग मुझे डिमोटिवेट कर देते हो यार. What about that? You demotivate me बेटा with your वाहियात answers. Write down. How to calculate beta? I am showing once again. Focus on the month. 30 days. 2 days are gone. In September, 2 days are gone. Then in October, how many days we want? Barabar. Rakshi. This is how you will calculate. लिखो. And second वाले का? सही है, because April में there will be 29 days and May में there will be 16 days. Please write down, invoice shall be issued within 30 days. That is on or before 20th of October. Okay friends, done. 31 subsection 5. 31 subsection Y, supply of service, guys, come on. But what is this? Continuous supply of service. Continuous supply of service. Okay. So here, supply of service provided or agreed to be provided continuously on recurrent basis. क्या बेटा continuously on? For a period exceeding? For a period exceeding? So I'm continuously giving you service for a period of 3 months. Give me example of that. I will give you one precedent. Classic example is renting of a mall property service. So let's say this property is taken for rent for 12 months. Right? So is it more than 3 months? Yes. Every month, okay, I take rental service and next month ka 5 tarikh, 5th of the next month, I pay him rent. So taking renting service, pay rent. Renting service, pay rent. Renting service, pay rent. Give me another example. Coaching service. Yes. Especially if you are paying in installments. Think of a case. I am giving you service for a period of more than 3 months. Are yes or no? And you are giving me installment my payment or lump sum payment, whatever the case may be. But I am giving you continuous supply of service. Any more examples? Something which you cannot live without. Yes. Internet, mobile service. Are yes or no? What else? Come on, think of anything. Electricity is goods. It's not service. And what's the point talking about electricity? Because electricity by electricity duty is charged. There is no implication of GST. No, no, not insurance. Insurance is one time. No, monthly premium नहीं होता, so yearly होता है. And उसमें you don't keep getting that service. You are just insured. No EMI payment for what? Construction service, where the builder is actually giving construction service, and every time the floor is made, I have to make payment to them. So one floor payment, second floor payment. Auditing service, yes, especially when it is internal audit, where every month, your job is to go there for 5 days, check everything, make a report, give him. These are called concurrent audits, right? Generally, that happen in banks. Yeah, coaching and teaching. So those are majorly the examples. Okay. So here the entire focus is that, let's say this contract of renting of MOL property gets over. It started on 1/4/2021. It ends on 1/4/2022. So the invoice will not be raised on 1/4/2022. Da. It will be raised every month. So let's say the due date that the landlord and tenant had negotiated is 5th of the next month. Then issue the invoice on or before the due date. That is 5th of the next month. तो अप्रैल का रेस कब करेंगे? ऑन और बिफोर 5th में. मई का ऑन और बिफोर 5th June. So on and so forth. But this will happen when the due date of payment is ascertainable. It's fixed that you need to make payment of this service at this date. Simple. Coaching service का example can also come here, where you are giving me payment in installments, right? Where Sheikh sir has told you that you give us post-dated checks, okay, second of every next month, and I'll keep depositing it. Very simple. Got it? I heard in Chennai there is no system like that actually. Like you all don't give post-dated checks. Why? What is the reason? Huh? What is the reason? You know what post-dated checks are? What? What? Correct. There are 6 checks that you give me of 6 dates, of 6 different dates. And when that date arrives, I will encash it. That generally does not happen here, I have heard. ऐसा होता है क्या? Why? Encashed. Okay. Okay. But then how do you how then that will also be an issue for the academy, right? What if the child does not pay only? Are you getting it? I don't know how do you come on a middle ground, but that's what generally happens in Mumbai because there has to. We actually had bad dates. Yes, can you imagine in coaching industry we had bad dates. So the students actually came up saying, "Sir, actually I am going to appear only for one group. So only one group ka fees I will pay." Arey, but you took coaching for both the groups, no? So how is that argument even relevant? No, no, sir, but I am sure only. मैं बोला, "है?" And it was our mistake only that we did not follow up, which is why the payments are always taken before the coaching ends. Because once the coaching ends, you don't need us. So there is a high probability that student won't even pay us. And that's the reason why generally all coaching institutes take the payment before coaching ends. Because the ball is still in their court. So that's how it happens. And I have to say that in Chennai, the fees is fairly very decent. Huh? Like, how much is your fees? 30? That is the fees of CA Foundation in Mumbai. 35,000 is the fees of CA Foundation. Huh? Huh. In Mumbai, the fees is 75,000. It's more, no? It's, I guess. How much is it? 60. What? Without GST. So that will actually take the amount to almost a lakh. That is very expensive. Damn. Then that's the right fees. 55, 60,000 is good. Oh, that is damn. Like that person is enjoying some real good market then. What? 1,000? What? They come in. Parents? Huh? This is crazy, yeah. But are there such big auditoriums where they teach? Huh? Oh, is it? Okay, the projector. Okay. And the real estate in Chennai is also damn cheap, yeah. So that's a great business, yeah. But it's in Chennai based only, like Bombay. I'm not sure. Oh, is it? Crazy man. Kanyakumari mein there. It's there. Acha, so here it teaches JE also. Akash, no? Huh. Akash Byju's, I saw a lot of hoardings, like in the metro only. Akash and Byju's, it filled with that. But Byju's is good for all this. Pythium. चलो कुछ करते हैं भाई. ओके कम. ठीक है. सेकंड आ जाओ फटाफट. कम ऑन गाइस. Due date of payment is ascertainable. The time limit is on or before the due date of payment. Second is due date of payment is unascertainable. What will happen in that case? On or before date of payment. So, for example, let's say a lot of times it happens where, especially in coaching industry, especially when you are a new academy, so it does happen that we tend to give demo lectures. So in that case, we give a time limit that within 10 days you need to decide what to do. So someone will pay us the fees on first day only, someone on second, someone on fifth, someone on 10th, someone will not pay only. So now the date is not decided when to pay. Are you getting it? But I am continuously going to give service because my service is more than 3 months. So in that case, it can be a classic case where the due date of payment is unascertainable. There is no fixed due date. The invoice will be raised when? On or before the date of payment itself. You give payment, I will issue invoice. You give payment, I will issue invoice. Simple. अरे होता है कि नहीं ऐसा? And the third is where the date of payment is linked to completion of an event. So what happens is here, let's say if I am giving construction service to you, so what will I tell you? That listen, first floor is over, one event is over. So now you make the payment. Second floor is over, one event is over. Now you make the payment. So government says as soon as the events that you have defined to the customer that get over, you issue the invoice. So first floor is over, issue the invoice, and the opposite person will make the payment. Second floor, sorry, second floor is over, that event is over. Issue the invoice, the opposite person will make the payment. Is this very clear, guys? And that finally amounts to what? On or before the date of completion of an event. Is that very clear? Yes, that's it. Done? So there are three things. Due date of payment is ascertainable. The time limit will be on or before the due date of payment. Second, due date of payment is unascertainable. The time limit will be on or before the date of payment. And the last is date of payment is linked to completion of an event. It will be on or before the date of completion of an event. Is that very clear? Chalo. So in this case, tell me what will happen. Tell me in this case, is the due date of payment ascertainable, unascertainable, or in this case, it is classic example of where payment is linked to completion of an event. Tell me. So tell me, service is rendered on April 1. Is the due date of payment ascertainable? Yes. So what will be the date of issue of invoice for April 1? 1st of May, 1st of August, 1st of November, First of, okay. Next, Mr. How do you spell it? लाखन नहीं है वो, लखन है. Mr. Lakhan provides continuous supply of service to Mr. TNB Limited. He furnishes the following further information. What will happen in this case? What is the situation? Is unascertainable, right? So what will happen? Beta, which event is this? The, तो क्या है वो? क्या है डेट ऑफ पेमेंट? Read no beta. Read. Salam, read. In your mind. Read. In this case, which event is there, beta? What is that? What is the date, Salam? Say fast. No, beta. Why are you so slow? Say fast. Fast, fast. You are correct only, beta. Have confidence. Okay. Next. In case where supply of service ceases under a contract before the completion of supply. So here there was a contract of 6 months, but in 1 month only the opposite person says, I don't want your service. Sorry, I don't want. So whenever the service ceases to exist, that is the date you will issue the invoice, and exactly of that amount up to which that date the service has been supplied. So I might have contracted for 6 months, but I have provided for how much? 1 month. So I will also bill for how much? 1 month. Did you get it? So the time limit is the invoice shall be issued at the time when supply ceases. That is when the supply complete is stopped, and such invoice shall be issued to the extent of supply issued before such cessation. ठीक है? Okay. Now listen, my dear friends. Like in dictionary, you find words. So if I want to find a word hotel, I will first look out for H, then O, then T, then E, then L, right? So to find out product also, we have a system. What is that system called? Harmonized system of nomenclature. Kya? Harmonized system of nomenclature. Okay? Where government says that there are 8 digits. The first two represent chapter, heading, subheading, tariff code, या tariff item. So here I'll take you through it once, but what the amendment is that here, if you have an aggregate turnover of up to 5 crores, and if you are making B2B supply, you need to write 4 digits. And in case it's B2C, it's fine. Even if you don't write, it's fine. And if you tend to write, 4 digit is the maximum you have to write as the HSN code. But if your aggregate turnover is more than 5 crores, how many digits? 6 digits is what you are supposed to write. Okay. So if it is up to 5 crores, 4 digits. If it is beyond 5 crores, ठीक है. So what happens is that here so do you see this? There are there are firstly around 25 sections which are basically broadly classified as industries. Section 1, live animals. Section 2, vegetable products. Section 3, animal or vegetable fat and oil. So there are these different industries which are further divided into various industries. Like, for example, section 1, chapter 1, we have live animals. Let's go into that. So live animals में what are they spoken about? अरे एनिमल्स का भी तो ट्रेडिंग होता है ना. तो लेट्स से इफ वी हैव लाइव हॉर्सेस फर्स्ट, तो 0101, तो 01 is the chapter name, 01 is the heading. So in that live animals में we are talking about live horses now. Live asses यानी donkey like you, mules and hinds. Mules I don't know frankly, similar to donkey होगा कुछ. You know better. Horses में क्या होगा? Pure bred breeding horses, and then there are others, and then there are horses for polo, others, asses, whatever. Okay. Now if you are purchasing them, so I'll tell you this is custom tariff, but same is for GST. The list is same for GST, only rates are different. So in consequence, in a corresponding to that, they have given the rate. So if you are actually importing a horse, you have to pay custom duty. How much? 30%. Got it? Live swine, pig, sheep and goats. Got it? So here, can you see this? 8 digit. Pehla do is chapter, heading, subheading, and then subheading, यानी कि tariff item. Okay? Gunia, turkeys, bull, cow, buffalo. Monkey. I love animals, yeah. I don't know for some reason. I to get very excited. I remember going to Kanha forest, right? Elephant ride. And then in elephant ride, you are on the elephant. Now that takes you deep inside the jungle where the tiger is there. And the tiger is this ferocious animal, fatty. And it's walking like this and sleeping, and मेरी फट रही है, like I am freaking out, thinking कि freak, what if I fall from the elephant? Like I will be the breakfast of this tiger. Like I will be on the menu. Because you are not tied, You are not tied on the elephant, you are not tied as such. And you are all alone. पीछे कोई है भी नहीं आपके. And you are and it's not even a comfortable situation because the circumference of that elephant is also huge. But it's just that a tiger, and I always think, I don't know, I always think this, yaar, how can tiger get afraid of elephant? Like the, the mouth, the jaw that he has, the teeth, that he can easily bite the elephant leg and, and put him down. But that does not happen that way. The gigantic it is, they are afraid because maybe the legs of elephant are very strong. They can actually kick the tiger. So, but I was very afraid. क्या हाइला ये क्या कर रहे हैं हम? Why am I taking such adventures in my life? I still have to get married, right? I still have to propose my crush. I need to do those experiences first. Why am I directly going and threatening my own life? Okay. But यहाँ पे भी है क्या ऐसा कोई? Like, is there a forest or jungle or anything like that? What were you saying? Zoo is there? Which zoo? Where? How far? Huh? Huh? So it stays open in the evening also. All animals there. So it's a zoo. So they are actually caged basically. So how do you go and see them? Okay. White tiger is there? He can. Skin is very thick. Okay, acha. Good for elephant. Okay. Do you want break now? Take break. Look at Lokini. The smile she has on her face. So how many subjects do you want, beta? All those have. हाँ ठीक है ना, तो that is fine. Okay. हम बुला सबको ओए बालाजी call everyone. Okay. सर इसमें कहाँ है ये सेव्ड? ठीक है. कौन सा है? 6 मिनट वाला है ना? ठीक है. अभी चालू ही कर देते हैं ना. बुला भाई सबको. Where? Which fine. Not a, तो तू बुला ना सबको people who are there in huh? Who? No, no, I'm talking about people in your hostel. Okay. Why is that a problem? That is not the way it works out. That's not the way it works out. Who? What? But what is the precedent? Is there any precedent like that? Is there any precedent like that? Is there any example like that? What? That though, but except that. There is also difference in coverage, no? Coverage of the syllabus is not possible only. And 6 hours is if they are taking, then it's not possible. They are not giving enough coverage. Okay, आ जाओ चलो. Okay guys, listen up. चलो फटाफट से. AC चालू. AC. Switch on the fan. Okay. Switch on that AC for some time, यार. Sit here. तो sit. Okay, चलो. Sit now. Chalo, next. Okay. Friends, now we are doing revised tax invoice. Okay. What are we doing, friends? Revised tax. Revised tax. Friends, now the thing is, my dear friends, very simple. And that is that if 1/4 I start my business, if at 1/4 I start my business, on 1/7, right, I become liable to register because I've exceeded 20 lakhs. Now on 6/7, I apply for registration certificate within 30 days. Okay. And finally on 15/7, I get my registration certificate. Tell me one thing firstly, what will be the effective date of registration here? 1/7, 6/7, 15/7. Because you have registered within, and since you have registered within 30 days from the date of becoming liable to register, this will be the date when you will call the effective date of registration. So any supplies that you make with effect from 1/7/1/1/1/1/7, they are all subject to GST. So you will charging GST. The issue is, the issue is that after 1/7 I will start charging GST, right? But do I have the GSTI number? Do I have the GST number? When will I get the GST number? When I get the GST certificate. Are you getting it? Now the issue with that is that if I don't have GST number, but I am still charging GST, the opposite person, if he is a registered person, he will feel that I am cheating. If he will feel that I am, and because of that, he will not purchase from me. So I told this problem to government, that government, this is what is happening, and this is clearly affecting my business, so please help. So government said, okay, listen, do one thing. Tell that recipient that right now I am issuing you an invoice which is without GST, 10 lakh plus 1,80,000. You pay me right now only the goods amount, and that is 10 lakhs. And once I get my registration number, that is the time you do one thing. You pay me 1,80,000 and I will issue another invoice. And that invoice will be called as revised tax invoice. Bolo beta, revised tax invoice. Once again, revised. Why revised tax invoice? Because I have already issued an invoice once. And now I am again issuing invoice. But the only difference is in the first time when I had issued invoice, did it have GST number? No. But now when I am issuing invoice after 15/7, will I have GST number? Yes. Will the recipient get ITC? Yes. And which is why, friends, it was required to issue invoice. Okay, and which invoice? Revised tax invoice, so that recipient can avail ITC. So recipient will empty his pocket by 1,80,000. I will get 1,80,000, and I will directly deposit it with government, and recipient will get the ITC. Now the question is revised tax invoice a valid document on the basis of which you can avail ITC? You will have to see that in 16(2)(a), which is conditions of availing ITC, where the first primary condition was, do you have the specified documents like tax invoice, like debit note, and there are few other documents mentioned. So in that list, is revised tax invoice mentioned? Don't look at me. Go to ITC chapter and check for yourself. in section 16 2A. Check for yourself that will you get the ITC for the same. Is it included in the definition of prescribed documents? First page. First page or second page itself. Is it written revised tax invoice का नाम लिखा है वहां पे? Is the name written there, my dear friends? Then definitely, my dear friends, you will get the ITC. Now, there is a time limit to issue revised tax invoice. Very simple. As soon as you are granted registration certificate, within 1 month, within 1 month from the date of grant of registration certificate, that is from this date, 1 month, that is by 15th of August, you will have to issue what, beta? Revised tax invoice to all those recipients who want ITC, that means registered recipients. You will have to issue revised tax invoice. But within how many months? 1 month from the date of grant of registration certificate. Obviously, that will be the only date, because only after that date I will get GSTIN. Okay? So now, they will ask you two questions. First, by what time you are supposed to issue revised tax invoice? Then you will have to say 1 month from the date of grant of registration certificate. Question number 2, regarding which period will you issue revised tax invoice? Then you will have to say effective date of registration, which is nothing but date of becoming liable to register, up to the date of grant of registration certificate. All the supplies that you have made between that period to all the recipients who are what, beta? Registered. You will issue to all of them, okay, revised tax invoice, because the original invoice you issued did not have GST number. So you will have to issue one more invoice which will have GST number, and that invoice is called as revised tax invoice. Is this very clear, my dear friends? Did you get it? Did you get it? Okay, now in the same period, okay, between this period, my dear friends, what if the recipient is unregistered? Will he take IT? Will he take ITC? So will he be also interested in taking revised tax invoice? No. And how does it matter to him? It is just a matter of a piece of paper. So which is why government said you don't need to individually issue revised tax invoice to whom? To unregistered, because they don't any which ways take IT. So they don't need this document. So do one thing, how much ever recipients you have supplied to who are unregistered, you don't individually issue them invoice. You only issue one consolidated revised tax invoice and keep it with yourself and just write their names and the value of supply that you have done to them, just for the record that who are your recipients. That's it. Are you getting it? You don't need to individually issue them, because there is no point you doing that, because they are any which way is not going to take IT. But if recipients are registered, you will have to individually issue them the tax invoice, because they will get ITC, and to get ITC they will have to have a valid document, and that is revised tax invoice which has a GST number in it. Are you getting it? Yes. But if you are making interstate supply and that value is more than 2.5 lakhs, but you are making interstate supply, the value of supply is more than 2.5 lakhs and recipient is unregistered, then in that case, my dear friends, what will happen? Tell me. You need to individually issue revised tax invoice instead of consolidated revised tax invoice. Okay? No logic is given for that for the same, so you will have to remember as it is. So tell me, first, if recipient is registered, will you have to issue individual revised tax invoice? Yes. Unregistered, consolidated revised tax invoice, which you will keep with yourself. But if that recipient is unregistered, value of supply is more than 2.5 lakhs, and it is interstate supply, then you will have to again issue individual revised tax invoice. All of that is taken care of. Okay, perfect. And here, and cut this here, we will cover this part when we do registration. So यहाँ से काट दे ये चीज. चलो बताओ. Tell me in this case, what will be your opinion? चलो बताओ, between what date to what date will he issue revised tax invoice? For which period? 12th August to 6th. This is the period for which you will issue revised tax invoice. Okay, now by what time will you issue revised tax invoice? 6th of 6th of 6th of September कैसे यार? 1 month from the date of grant of registration. So what is the date of? Do you understand what you are saying by? थोड़ा दिमाग लगाओ. Think something. When you say, you told 6 September will be the date to issue revised tax invoice. What does that mean? That you are getting GST number on 6 September, and that is the only last day when you will issue a revised tax invoice. That means you are not giving any time only to the supplier to issue any invoice. What will that invoice, what if you receive the mail from GST department at 12 a.m. in the night? That means you've expired the timeline. And usme bhi we are Indians. We need time. So the day you receive, that is the last day to issue a revised tax invoice. अरे थोड़ा दिमाग लगाना भाई. Apply some brains. That cannot be the date. Whenever I get my GST number, from there it is 1 month. So from 6 September there is 1 month. I have 1 month to issue revised tax invoice to all those recipients whom I have supplied goods and who are registered person basically. Give the reference of question number 3. Next. Consolidated tax invoice. What is this? What is this? And what is this? कोई difference है कि नहीं है? Is there a difference or not? This is consolidated revised tax invoice and this is consolidated. Name is only different. And the triggering point of 31(3)(b) is where the supply is less than 200 rupees. The supply is less than, recipient is unregistered, and recipient does not require any invoice. Got it? So I'll tell you why is this created. I'll tell you. Let's say there is a, ये सामने है ये, for example this Vasant Medical, right? So all of us, let's say 30 of us go, and we will also tell the foundation students, everyone will form a line. Form a line. To, अरे तो बोल रहा हूँ ना, रुक जा. तो not what you want to buy, beta. For that age is there. Okay, don't worry. ठीक है. तो someone is buying chocolate. फिर इडली फ्लेवर. हाँ. No, sambar flavor not there, strawberry flavor only there. Okay. Huh? Nice. I like the preferences of your milkshake. Good. Nice. Okay. So, just like that. So now, so let's say one student is buying Melody, one student is buying Eclair, one student is buying some Cadbury. Everything is ranging from anything between 2 rupees to 5 rupees to 10 rupees, right? Do you realize that it's a classic case where there is no movement of goods? The goods are sold on the counter itself, right? So what did we understand when there is supply of goods but there is no movement? When do you have to issue invoice? When you deliver. So 2 rupees chocolate, I will have to issue invoice. 5 rupees chocolate, I will have to issue some invoice. Are to finally we got to know that the margin that they have in that chocolate, more than that the stationery cost is incurred. Are you getting it? So this is a very big nuisance for the retailer, yeah. Every now and then he has to keep issuing. What the hell is going? So much of expense he will do on stationery, yeah. So to help him out, government said, don't you worry. If your recipient is any which ways unregistered, so does he require ITC? No. He is not even asking for invoice. For better 2 rupee chocolate, will you ask for invoice? Are please give me invoice. Are give me invoice. I need to take reimbursement. And the third thing is the value of supply is less than 200. So if all these conditions are being satisfied, yes, according. No, it start. Zoom चालू है ना बस. Okay. So now, simple. So to avoid this, government said, retailer, don't you worry. You don't need to issue any individual invoices. Okay, just issue a consolidated tax invoice by the end of the day. Record all the transaction there and keep it with yourself only. You don't need to give it to anyone. Okay. So this is a provision meant for whom? Meant for small retailers. Okay. Is this very clear? Which are the three conditions? Tell me. Value of supply should be less than? Less than? Recipient should be unregistered. Recipient does not require tax. Cha. Can you understand here what nomenclature is used? Across all the monetary limits that we have read, one is this example, and there is one more example in exemptions that I had told you all. In this case, it will be less than this amount. Where is it? Yes. Where? If you remember, I had told you, If you are a charitable institution covered under 12 AA, 1023C, 1023 Babba, Babba is BBA, right? Where there is renting of rooms, renting of shops, renting of community halls and Kalyana Mandapam. Remember, everything is less than 1000, 10,000, 1000, 10,000. And I told you this. So one less than there is used and one less than here it is used. Only in these two cases beta it is always less than. Otherwise it is always up to. Kya beta? Up to. Are you getting it? Yes. So till 199 covered under this provision, but 200 not covered. Are you getting it? Very good. Okay. Yes. Acha, for this, there is a very good sum, beautiful sum. I love her sum. Okay, very beautiful sum. I love that sum. What are you better understanding your? It is just like your brain. Salam. Especially, just like your brain works differently. When I say chocolate, when I say vanilla, you understand something else. This also does like that. Why like this, beta? Even this is very naughty. Chalo, tell me in this case what will happen? When will the consolidated tax invoice provision will apply? In which of the cases? There are three conditions. Tell me in this case what will happen. अरे yellow. हाँ बोलो. Tell me da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where will happen, beta? That absolutely correct, beta. Only 4 and 5 will be covered under 31(3)(b, beta. Because the value is less than, recipient is unregistered, and no one is asking for tax invoice. It is written on the last line, beta. Or did you get the? Here in this case, what will happen in this case? Consolidated tax invoice will be issued at the end of the day. Gotcha. So please write the example. वहाँ पे give reference. Question number 2, page number 8.33. In case you want to do the illustration, right? 8.33. What da 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 da. Right song. Which song, beta? Chamat Maringa. You write note one. One slap I will give you. Write note. Write note. 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 This option is not available to a supplier. Write the note here. But I will tell you. I will tell you. Write the note here. These options, just write this note here. This, can you see this? Multiplex screen tak. What happened? D. Pythium. Why? Why? Such stupid people, no? Last time when I asked Ganesan to reply, he's looking behind. I'm like, you answer, and he's looking behind. Yes, the entire Chennai people is all Pythium people. I love you all. मजा आ गया आपके साथ. How far is Marina Beach from here? And it is open till like 6 7 p.m. 24. Midnight. But good breeze will come. Thanda thanda breeze. Thanda thanda. Cold cold. Night view. I am not aware anything can happen better in the night. It is a beach. Lot of lovebirds are there. In the morning. बराबर. Kabutar. Pigeons. Huh? I will first see the Marina Beach in internet, and then I will see. Huh? Don't say this, beta. Chennai is here. For me, Chennai is here now. Okay, here. And Mumbai is here. Got it? Chennai is here. Poi Rani? Poi. Poi. Mother promise, beta. I will do mother promise, beta. And my fingers are also not crossed. Okay. So now the cinema people was told that cinema wale also told that my tickets are less than 200. Receipt and unregistered. And they generally don't ask for tax invoice. So will I also be covered here? The government told, beta, you are not covered. You are not. You will have to issue invoice, and that invoice is nothing but in the form of e-ticket. What, beta? Which is why now if you will go to theaters, you will get an SMS or you will get a WhatsApp that this is the ticket, whatever, like this is it, and that's how it is. Are you getting it? Yes. So for them, they will have to issue invoice even if the transaction is less than 2. This option of 31 3B is not available to multiplex screens. Are you getting it? So remember that. Okay. Next. Bill of supply. Tell me, where did we hear this? Which? But I told you that since you cannot collect tax from the recipient, you cannot issue tax invoice. Then which document will you give? Bill of supply. Then write beta. Composition scheme wala composition taxpayer. Composition supplier basically. Can you tell me who is that other person who will supply goods or service but he cannot charge GST? What kind of person will he be? What kind of what kind of supply can it be? Huh? Both will issue what beta bill of supply to the recipient. Acha. And the provision of consolidated tax invoice is also applicable here in the form of consolidated bill of supply. So if the supply is less than 200, recipient is an unregistered person and he does not require anything, then I will issue consolidated bill of supply. Okay. So write down niche one note. Consolidated bill of supply shall be issued. Consolidated bill of supply shall be issued. Consolidated bill of supply shall be issued. Okay. When recipient is unregistered, value of supply is less than 200, and does not require bill of supply. Pythium. Bill of supply. Come on. Come on. थंगा के कौन है? थंगा के थंगा पंडी. Yes, Thanga Pandi has not come. Pandi, no? Pandi ke Pandi? Don't pull my leg, please. Thanga Pandi. Thanga Pandi. बाहुबली. बाहुबली का वो राणा डुगुपट्टी का नाम क्या था उसमें? बल्लाल देव. बल्लाल देव. y'all have seen this movie Lagan? Lagan, y'all have seen? Cricket movie. Lagan. क्या? फना. ओके. ओके. चलो. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. You missed out on really good Bollywood movies, yeah, I feel sometimes. But clearly, I've also missed out on a good. Yes, that's very correct. Thanks to Bollywood that they are just copying Control C, Control V. Okay. Rule 49. Now there is a very interesting, compliance again that government have saved us with. So I'll tell you. For example, I have a retail shop. Consider you are an unregistered person, beta. You are an unregistered person. You come to my shop. You buy some exempted goods, you buy some taxable goods. Now for taxable goods, I will have to issue what? Tax invoice. And for exempted goods, I will have to issue what? So first I will give you a okay. Acha, okay. Take this tax invoice. Take this bill of supply. And he's like, and what will he do? Rocket bana और फेंक दो. For him it is just a piece of paper, no yaar. Are yes or no? Because recipient is unregistered. For him, what is tax invoice? What is bill of what? How does it matter? Yeah, how does it matter? Does it matter? It does not. Then why are you asking the supplier to do these unnecessary compliances? For God's sake, come on, yeah. Are yes or no? So government said if the supplier is, वाह मस्त बना अच्छा बना. Okay, you don't speak in Hindi, beta. I don't speak in Tamil, no. I only no. I only speak words, beta. I don't speak. I don't dare to speak sentences. Okay. Yes. If a person can think, if a person can think vanilla, exactly. Because I know what he thinks when I say vanilla, no? Hey, boss, अब ये रहने दे. When I say chocolate, I know what he's going. So he will write exactly that. Huh? He will, I know. And I'm not Chatur, but I will check in Google Translate. Okay. And I have so many students like you, beta. And I also Sheikh sir, no, beta. Yes. चलो पैथियम आ जाओ. Okay. So if supplier is who? And recipient is? Invoice bill of supply. Okay. Chalo, chalo, chalo. But my dear friends, hey, aja bhai, if you don't know, watch Pogo beta. Aja. Supplier is registered, but recipient is also. Then, what do you think? What will happen here? In case of taxable supplies, can I issue invoice come bill of supply? No, because I'll tell you what will happen in that case. In that case, recipient who's registered, he will take objection that listen, boss, if you will issue me this invoice come bill of supply, then I will not get ITC. Why? Because such kind of document is not covered under 16 2A. लिखा था वहां पे. Is such document written there? Is such document written in 16 2A? Go and check. तो अगर सप्लायर क्या है, रजिस्टर्ड है, रिसीवेंट भी अगर क्या है, registered है, then in that case, my dear friends, for taxable supplies issue tax invoice, and for exempt supplies issue bill of supply. Gotcha. So that at least in the taxable part he gets that ITC, no yaar. यहाँ पे तो GST will not be charged only. But to get ITC, he needs to have a valid document, which is why invoice come bill of supply will not be possible here. Are you getting it? Acha. Acha, what if I give you advance? You know what used to happen initially? I am giving you advance. Okay? As a recipient, I am giving you advance. Now listen, invoice will be issued when service is given. When is the service given here? Service is to be given in future. So invoice will also be raised in. But now I have given you money, no yaar. Okay, now I call you and tell you, Arey Divya, you were supposed to give service. What happened? What happened? Are you getting it? Ganeshan, you were supposed to give service. What happened? And what happened? Because I have given you some money, no? What happened, Ganeshan? Why are you not giving me service? The date has arrived. You are supposed to give me consultancy. And he's like, which money, sir? Don't pony. Pony, no. Don't lie. Huh? Don't boy. Don't boy. Huh? Don't say poi. Don't say poi. Poi, poi, poi. Liar, liar, liar. You are a liar. Like this Ganeshan is telling me. And I'm like, I am liar. I am pony. You are pony. You are poi. I am not poi. You are poi. Because I have given you money. Now you say like this. Not fair, no? So, like this, a lot of instances were happening where recipient has given the advance and supplier is now raising hand that I have to not received anything. This is Kaliyuga re. Kaliyuga. This is Kaliyuga. Da. You understand? Anything can happen. People will be poi. People will say poi. Got it, boy? Okay. So now, to avoid that, government said that listen one thing, to avoid this, let's do one thing. While recipient you are giving advance to the supplier you will write a document to the recipient called as receipt voucher. What? What? Arre, what Aromalda? Receipt voucher. Are you getting it? Yes. Where you will sign and tell me that I have received 1 lakh rupees from Mr. Karan. Are you getting it, my dear friends? Okay. A lot of times when recipient used to give advance and supplier has a lot of services to give. A lot of times recipient has just given advance. Now what happens is that to, today or tomorrow, whenever we do time of supply, we will realize that there is a concept called as time of supply where the day you receive the money, the very next month you have to pay tax on it. So now what happens is the recipient has not told me what kind of service he wants. You know, I give beautician, beauty parlor service, CA service, coaching service, right? There are 3 4 services I give. And subka rate is different, 18, 28, 12, 5. Are you getting it? So in that case, where the rate of tax is not determinable and you still have to pay tax, consider the deem rate as how much? And if the nature is not determinable, always consider it as interstate supply and pay IGST on the same. Is this very clear? Thanga, अरे थंगा, is it clear? अरे कशिश, अरे महाराजन, अरे राजा. Okay. अरे कशिश, राजा, महाराजन, you also don't answer anything, interact anything, say anything. How will I get to know in the world that you understand or not anything? And sometimes come to the class, sometimes switch on your video. Such boring people you all are here. They don't know on their videos. How will I get to know tomorrow if someone is meeting me? Salam, don't. Why are you so interested? Okay. Chalo thanga, chalo. Now, now what has happened in this case is, I have received advance. I have also issued received voucher. So I have taken the advance, I have issued receipt, but now I am not giving any goods or service. Let's say recipient only says that I don't want your service. And I'm like, okay. And the recipient is like, okay, what? What okay? Okay? Arre, give me my money back, idiot. And I'm like, okay, take your money back. But now when I'm giving giving his money back again without giving any service, along with that I will also have to issue what better receipt? Sorry, refund. So along with refunding the advance, I have to also issue a document called as refund. Are you getting it? So when will refund voucher come into picture? When I have taken the advance but not given them any goods, or in that case while refunding the advance I will have to issue refund. Got it? Section 31 3F. Chalo, read karo. Salam, read karo. Only the one which is in blue text. खंगबली, बाहुबली, बल्लाल. कैसा बोलता है ये? How does he say? Ballal. Okay, now listen. So, दोस्तों, friends, supplier is unregistered and recipient is. Bolo, supplier is unregistered and recipient is. Bolo, supplier is. Recipient is. Once again, recipient is. And recipient who is registered is liable to pay tax under 9394. Recipient who is registered will pay tax under 93 as per RC. As per RC. Once again, RC. Are you getting it? Huh? So he is not paying GST, no? Who is paying GST? But 9-3, you know 9-3. You know what is 9-3? Who pays tax in that? Then who is registered? So what is supplier? Why is unregistered? Because who pays tax? So who will be registered? So what is this example? Hmm. Acha. Do you know the example? Can anyone tell me example of 9-3? One example. Cases which are covered under 9-3, yes. Which agent? Bank agent? Insurance agent, recovery agent, direct selling agent. Right? So let's say insurance agent is providing service to insurance company. Who will pay tax? So who will be registered? So what about insurance agents? They will always remain unregistered. Why? Because they are going to give service only to one person in their life. Who? 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 Who will pay tax? So who will be registered? So supplier will always land up getting, always land up being. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? That is the case. So here it is not the recipient who is paying tax as per RCM because supplier is unregistered and recipient is registered. No. It's because their name is given where in 9.3. And by the virtue of that, it will always happen, most of the cases, that supplier will be what? And recipient will be what? Because always who is going to pay tax? Yes. But there are also cases where supplier is also what? Registered. Recipient is also what? And still who will pay tax? Recipient. Because it is covered under what? RCM. And I'll tell you how. But right now the important point is that person, the recipient is liable to pay tax as per what? RCM. So recipient will definitely be what? Registered. And supplier in this case specifically they have to be unregistered. So now tell me in this case, okay, let's take an example of this only insurance agent providing service to LIC, which is insurance company. ठीक है? Now tell me, agent has done a billing of 10 lakh rupees, where GST is how much? Acha, do you also realize that LIC will charge premium to policy holders? Let's say 100 lakhs. And here it is taxable as per FCM. Are, so, do you realize that when it comes to LIC, the input tax that they have incurred is an output tax that they have charged? Are you getting it? Are yes or no? Yes. So do you realize that your LIC can get ITC? Are LIC can get ITC or not? Are yes or no? But do you realize here 1 lakh is paid as per what? So what is that, input tax or output tax? So it is input tax liability paid as per, and whenever you are paying input tax liability as per, you will pay only with what? Cash or credit? Cash. So first you will pay cash and then you will avail. First you will pay cash, then you avail. First you will pay cash, then you avail. Then you avail. Then you avail. Are you getting it? We did this in payment of tax. Now the question is that to avail ITC, you should have a valid document as per 16(2)(a). Yes or no? But here, recipient will not have tax invoice. Why? Why will recipient not have tax invoice? Because supplier is who? How can supplier issue a tax invoice to a recipient where supplier himself is what? So that means recipient will not have tax invoice. That means recipient, in spite paying input tax, they will not be able to get IT because they don't have a valid document. So this was a big problem. So government said, listen, don't worry. If supplier is unregistered, recipient who is actually incurring input tax should get ITC, and though he does not have tax invoice, doesn't matter. We will ask the recipient, okay, we will ask the recipient to issue self invoice, okay, on himself under section 31(3). क्या जी है ना? हाँ, गधे. Okay. So recipient will only issue invoice on himself, okay, and avail ITC. And when will issue invoice? The date of receipt of goods or service. The date recipient receive goods or. Is this very clear? Got it? Got it? Samjha? Now a question arises to me. You know, and that question is that, sir, now that issuing invoice is in the hands of, sir, can't it happen that he is actually availing more ITC than required? Right? He can show no in his books of accounts that instead of 10 lakhs he has purchased 100 lakhs, and instead of availing of 1 lakh he can take ITC of 10 lakhs. Can this happen? How? How can this happen? Tell me one thing. The person here is taking ITC of what? Of what? Input tax that is paid. So idiots, if you show 100 lakhs ka purchase, you will have to pay tax on 100 lakhs, because this tax is also input tax liability as per RCM. So first you will have to pay 10 lakhs, and only then you can get ITC of 10 lakhs. So what's the use? It's a zero sum game. You show high purchase, you pay high. And if you show less, you pay less. Simple. So that will never happen. Is this very clear? Are yes or no? Okay. But my dear friends, what if I tell you that if this supplier is a registered person, then can he issue tax invoice? Yes, why not? It is just that he will not charge tax in it. What do I mean by tax invoice? An invoice that has GST number on it. That's a tax invoice. He will not charge GST because it is obviously taxable as per RCM. It is taxable as per, but he is still issuing tax invoice because he himself is what, a registered person. Got it? So now that recipient has tax invoice, will he still issue self invoice on himself? Because the only reason he was issuing self invoice on himself was he did not have tax invoice. So to avail ITC, he issued himself self invoice. But now that he already has, there is no requirement of issuing self invoice. Gotcha? Read the example. Sorry, read the note, please. Please draw this diagram. अच्छा, is self invoice a valid document in under 16(2)(a? हाँ, अरे पहला ही document self invoice लिखा है वहाँ पे देख. The very first document that they've issued is self invoice, and the second is revised tax invoice. Salam, draw करना है. You have to draw. Done? काफी काफी फटाफट ड्रॉ कर लेते हो आप. अच्छा, payment voucher is a very silly concept, frankly not practically used, but still remember one thing here. Use the word. Acha, if I use the word, just a second, any supplier, will it be easier for you to understand that supplier can be anyone? Registered or unregistered does not matter. Any supplier, if you still want to write down registered or unregistered does not matter. Recipient has to be what? A registered person where he is paying tax. ठीक है. Okay. So here what will happen every time if recipient who is registered is supposed to pay tax as per RCM under 9094, whenever he makes payment to the supplier, whenever he makes payment to the, he will have to issue payment voucher. He will have to issue, he यानी who? He यानी who बेटा? जो पेमेंट करेगा वही. The person who makes the payment will have to issue payment voucher. Okay. So now there are two cases that I want to basically, okay, narrate into one. 313F and 313G. Okay, self invoice and payment voucher. Listen, when is issued when? Supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered, tax is payable as per RCM. So to avail ITC, recipient will issue on himself what? Self invoice. Self. And whenever he will make payment to the supplier, what will issue? Payment voucher. Now the supplier is registered, recipient is also registered, but tax is payable as per RCM. What will happen? Huh? Supplier will issue tax invoice. That means which is why recipient recipient issue self invoice on himself? Huh? Because supplier is any which way is issuing what? Tax invoice. Is this very clear, my dear friends? Okay, done. Okay. But at the time of making payment, will issue payment voucher? So recipient will not issue self invoice on himself in this case, but will he issue payment voucher? Yes. Recipient who is paying tax as per RCM. Recipient who is paying tax as per RCM. Recipient who is paying tax as per. Recipient who is paying tax as per. Recipient who is paying tax as per. Will issue payment voucher. Will issue. Will issue. Will issue. At the time of making payment. At the time of making. Bus. That's it. Got it? So both the cases are summarized for your convenience. Right? Now, have you ever imagined that while you are actually sending goods on sale or return basis, you know, where you are actually sending goods on, yes, sale or return? Now, it's very important that while a transporter is actually carrying goods from one premises to another premises, from one place to another place, in between he should have some document. That where is the goods coming from, where is the goods going, what are the goods, what is the description of the goods. Are you getting it? He should always have the know-how of what it is. He should always have a document. So if there is a case of sale, it will be tax invoice. Acha, exempted hai, to bill of supply. But what if it is not a supply only? For example, I am sending goods. I am sending goods to Yunus on approval for sale or return. And I have given him 2 months to approve. So while I am sending goods to him, will I issue tax invoice? No. So which document? So government said issued delivery challan. Issue what? Where you will only have description of goods and quantity of goods. And person who is supplying and person who is receiving. Basically consigner and consignee. Consigner and huh? Performa or forma wo sab simple. Delivery challan is the word. Is this very clear? Are yes or no? So tomorrow, let's say, if any checking happens in between the transit, right? And Yusuf is carrying, Yusuf is a transporter, let's say, he is carrying goods. So now the checking happens. And the police finds out that this white thing that he is bringing is not sugar. It is charaskanja. It is afim. It is narcotics. Are you getting it? The police says that, do you know what it is? Then he'll say, sir, it is sugar. And it is not sugar, idiot. It is drugs. And he said, oh, I don't know only. He can do that escape. He can do that escape. And he will directly say that now you catch hold of consigner because he told me it is sugar. Now, if it is not sugar, then please catch hold of him, not me. I am not responsible. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. So point number 1, whenever there is a case where you are transporting goods which are for reasons other than supply, okay, you will issue delivery challan. Acha. Also remember one thing. I am giving goods to Lakshmi in the form of, let's say, gold biscuit. And I am asking him to do what? Convert that gold biscuit into a jewelry. Right? So while I am actually sending him gold biscuit, am I selling goods to him? If I am sending cloth to him and asking him to make a shirt, am I selling? That is again a case where what will be issued? So whenever you think the tax invoice will not be issued, the next option that you should look forward is to, are you getting it? So transportation of goods for job work, transportation of goods for reasons other than by the way of, example लिखो यहाँ पे, goods or one more example. Sales return. So when you sell, you issue tax invoice, but when there is sales return, at that time it is delivery challan. And the last is an example that you just have to remember by heart. Supply of liquid gas where the quantity at the time of removal from the place of business of supplier is not known. Got it? Acha. Original copy is meant for Original copy is original copy. Duplicate copy is for duplicate. Triplicate is for triplicate. सलाम को सलाम है मेरा. Thangabali, oi Thanga, how are you? Okay, chalo. Acha, what are the cases where instead of issuing tax invoice, you are going to issue another document? So in case of passenger transport service, okay, basically in your SETC, they will not issue tax invoice, idiot. They will issue a, and issuing a ticket is as good as issuing a. Acha. This is a very good provision, especially in case of insurance, banking company, financial institution. So what generally happens here is, you know what? What happens? Bank hai, bank. What beta? So you are taking a lot of service from bank, like locker service, ATM service, debit card, credit card, extra checkbook. So a bank is giving you a lot of services. It will also impose a lot of charges. Now it cannot keep raising invoice on every now and then. Debit card, invoice. Credit card, invoice. No, no, they will not. So what will they do? Month end pay. Month end pay. They will take, they will add all the services that they have given you and send you an invoice. Got it? So basically it will be a consolidated invoice. But do you realize what kind of consolidated invoice this is? Here I am only adding up all the services of the month. You understand one thing, please. So I am only speaking with Aromal right now. Aromal is my client and he has taken 10 services for me. I will, instead of issuing 10 invoice, only issue and write 10 services in that, add it and give it to me on month end. But when I said consolidated tax invoice of 31.3B, 31.3, 31.3, in that case there are 100 people and I don't want to issue 100 invoice to 100 separate people. So of all the goods that I've given to 100 people, in the month end, on the day end, in the month end night, month end year, in that day end. What? Day end. Whatever goods are, whatever I've given, which is less than 200, I will write that and keep it with myself. Here I'm not keeping it with myself. I have to give that invoice to him because he's a registered person. And I have charged GST on those services. So he would want that ITC. Got it? Did you gauge the difference? Are yes or no? Here the transaction is with one person only, but there it is with 100%. Here, yes or no, beta? Third, electronic ticket is only deemed as in case of multiplex theaters. Okay? We are already done with this. Okay? Nice. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we will directly go to time of supply. Okay? Yes. Sure. चलो. Gathia. Which song? But now which song? All songs are done, no? Malipu. No, no, that is not a good song. No? Any Rajnikant song? मैं तो जिमी कमल ही लगाऊंगा. I तो love this song. क्या on the? What is this song by? ये what फालतू song है. ये सब मीनिंग तो समझाओ यार. What is the meaning? पकड़ नियम नियम पकड़ बड़ी कोणिये पकड़ मणिये अरिगरे मुनानम कचल पोले न्या जानन अतु कुछ वच्च परिचे कंदले on the floor baby did not me. What? What? है हिंदी? हिंदी. क्या एनर्जी है यार. यार इससे अच्छा तो जिमी कमल ही था यार. हाँ. नो आई विल ओनली पुट. हाँ केसरिया अच्छा है. केसरिया तमिल वर्जन नो. हिंदी. हिंदी वर्जन. कम ऑन यार. अरिजीत सिंह यू नो. हाँ. यू ऑल नो अरिजीत सिंह. हाउ यू ऑल नो अरिजीत सिंह यार. Hey, how can you understand this Hindi यार. Subtitle. How can someone not fall for you? You know Hindi, I know. चंदा भी दीवाना. How do you know all this, yaar? Then how do you all not understand Hindi when I speak? You all are lying. I know you all are lying. No, you all are payo. Poi. Sorry. ये बस अभी यार. Yeah, not this. This female version I love. It is like very sad and depth it has. It has depth. Anushka Sharma before plastic surgery. Plastic surgery taxable or exempt? Taxable beta beautification. Light चालू कर दे. Beta everything you will watch now, then what will you watch in the night? No, you should have some stock, no beta. Where is your dear friend today? Finally sleeping at home. He's resting in peace. Okay. So this chapter is extremely, related to tax invoice. In tax invoice, there are only two things left now: debit note, credit note, and e-invoice. Right? So those are very independent topics. We will do it, but maybe tomorrow or something like that. Let's see if we finish off this today, then today itself, right? And it'll be a great victory that we'll actually almost at the verge of completion of two chapters. Okay. Now, what is time of supply? So, do you realize that first it's important to recognize that whether you are covered under this act or not? So, you figured out that first by checking what? Taxable event supply and charging section, section 9. And once it was concluded that yes, you have done the crime of supply. Yes, you are supposed to pay tax because the charging section puts the charge on you to pay tax as a supplier. Yes, you know at what value the supply is there. Yes, you know how to take ITC and what kind of payment of tax provisions are there. Now only one thing is remaining, and that is When will you pay the tax? When? What is the time? So let's say if today I am giving you service, what is the time I am supposed to pay the tax? That is a very important question, my dear friends. Because if that is not defined, then I will give service today, I will pay after 10 years or 100 years or maybe in the next birth or maybe in the seventh birth or maybe not. Are you getting it? Because we are humans, and till the time we are not told to do something at gunpoint, we don't do it. That's how we work. That's how we work. Are you getting it? So we are told that listen, if you don't pay tax at this date, then you will be subject to interest. At the rate, interest at the rate 5%, 12%, 15%. What percent? Interest at the rate 5. Only 5. Then I will be more than happy to do it. Huh? Go to payment of tax. Go to payment of tax chapter. Go and find there. 18%। बेटा 24 तो मैंने काटने को बोला था आपको। व्हाट, हाउ मच? यार ये तो इजी था यार, ये क्यों याद नहीं है आपको? ठीक है चलो, 18% per annum you will have to pay interest, and you will also have to pay penalty and late fees. Okay. So here the entire objective of this chapter is to figure out when is the due date of payment of tax. That's it, you know, and also to find out rate of tax. So first we will figure out what is time of supply, as in what is the exact date on which supply is made. And as soon as we figure out that, let's say if we figure out that 1/4 is the time of supply, then all we need to conclude is that the month next to that, 20th of the next month, is the due date of payment of the tax. So always the due date will be 20th of the next month. That is always the 20th of the next month in which time of supply has arrived. तो वॉट एवर इज द टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई डेट, उसका अगले महीने की 20 तारीख, उसका नेक्स्ट मंथ का 20th is your due date of payment. So what will be the due date if time of supply is in April? What will be the due date बेटा? मई में अगर टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई आया तो 20th जून, if the time of supply is in June, then okay. Again friends, just like GST, first we will, G mane genius, G mane goods. So first we will do time of supply of goods, and then we will do time of supply of service. Very, very, very simple. Now tell me, 12 2, 12 3, 12 4, 12 5, 12 6, 12 6, 12 2, 12 3, 12 4, 12 5, 12 6, 12 6. 12 2 talks about normal charge. 12 2 talks about normal charge. Normal charge is forward charge. Normal charge is where supplier is going to pay tax. Supplier is going to pay tax. Supplier is going to. Are you getting it? So in normal charge or forward charge, who will pay tax? Who will pay tax? So here, you only tell me what will be the time of supply. That is what government is trying to say. So tell me, when there is supply of goods, what are the events that take place? First, order is placed. Then you remove goods. Then you issue invoice. Then you deliver goods. Then the payment is received. So what will be the date when actually goods have been supplied? When order is placed, removal, delivery, payment, invoice, which date? The government says we will take two dates. Date of issue of invoice, and actually when the invoice is issued. Actually when the invoice is, or last day to issue invoice, or last day to issue, or last day to issue, whichever is, whichever is. So last day will depend upon the situation. Tell me, in case of movement of goods, what is the last day to issue invoice? Date of, date of, no movement. Goods sent on approval for sale or return. Continuous supply of goods. लिख बेटा देख मत लिख. Whichever is lower, higher or earlier. Lower higher बेटा अमाउंट में होता है. Earlier is in dates. Lower higher is in amounts. For God's sake. For heaven's sake. For Chennai's sake. चलो आ जाओ. डन. अरे हो गया. नेक्स्ट. Tell me. In this case, what will happen, friends? Come on. Tell me, is it movement of goods, no movement, approval, continuous supply of goods? What is this case? हाँ रामा आना जरा एक सेकंड ऊपर. वो छोटा दही लेके आ. दही दही. हाँ डब्बा छोटा वाला. हाँ बोलो भाई. Date of removal, right? So what will be the two dates? Date of issue of invoice or last date to issue invoice in case of movement of goods. What will be the two dates? Date of invoice क्या है? Removal. Which is a good bakery nearby? Cake. Next. Which? Hey, that is a very bad shop. Huh? अच्छा. Daily 24. अरे भाई दूसरा वाला बताओ तुम लोग क्या है यार बैठ गए. What is this case? Tell me what will happen. Date of issue of invoice. Okay, so you will write the same thing, but what will you write? Last date in case of no movement of goods. Got it? Date of invoice or last date in case of no movement of goods. ऊपर का ही करना है, instead of movement no movement, simple. And just write the dates. Next. Next. Tell me, firstly, date of invoice will be what? Given. Okay. Now, what will be the last date in case of sale or return? Tell me that. 1/7 or 6 months from removal. What is 6 months from removal? 1/5. So, so 1/5/20 is one the date, and the other date is this. Got it? How will you write it? DOI. Huh? राइट साइड में थोड़ा यहाँ पे अगेन you have to compare now this date and this date, okay? So the last date is this and here it is this. To compare whichever is earlier and thereby the time of supply comes out to be. No. Thanks for offering so early. Hmm. Which one? ना ना अभी नहीं अभी नहीं अभी नो बिस्किट फर्स्ट कंप्लीट दिस you all consider egg veg as no veg or non veg चमाट मारिस आ जाओ फीड दीजिए एक चलो दिसंबर है तो now what happens is this person Ambuja Cement is sending goods continuously to Lodha builders. Now the thing is that for December month they are sending statement of account on every next month ka 5th तारीख every 5th of next month 5th of Jan payment is this date invoice is this date. Now you tell me which is the last day to issue invoice in this case. Help me fill this column first. बोलो बेटा हाँ 5th Jan yes 5th Jan next 5th Feb yes 1st March 5th April सही है. Now all you need to do is just compare this and this. हाँ अरे पहले तो you will compare last you have first found last date and last date you will always compare with date of invoice. चलो first 5th Jan 4th Feb 1st March 5th April. Done? Okay, listen up. Last. Friends, listen up here. What has happened in this case? Gas is supplied by pipeline. Monthly payments are made by the recipients. Every quarter, a statement of goods dispatched and payments are made. Pay the differential amount. So here, what has happened is, in every quarter, statement is account is issued. So every month supplies are made. Every month supplies are made. Every month payment are done. But statement of account is issued every quarter. So for example, I have something like a quarter. तो कौन सा क्वार्टर की बात की है यहाँ पे? चेक विच क्वार्टर, फर्स्ट, सेकेंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ. April to June, July to September, October to November. Which quarter? October to December, sorry. हाँ, October to December कैसे बेटा? Listen, second quarter बेटा, July to September. I'll tell you why. Okay, so period that they have covered is what? July to, for which the payments are received when? For July the payment is received on which date? October कैसे आएगा गधे? Monthly payments are there, monthly payments. So whatever supplies are done in July, payment will be made in. Here said no. Payment of 2 lakh made in each month for July quarter. So for July payment will be made in. For August payment will be made in. With September. For September payment will be made in. How much payments are made? Now when is the statement of account issued for the same? Got it? Now only one date is remaining, that is date of issue of invoice. And what government has said, sorry, what ICI has said is, when the question does not have any date of invoice data, assume that date of invoice is nothing but date of payment only. Are you getting it? So nothing else but got it? Are yes or no? So time of supply, प्लीज, और ये टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई यहां पे ही लिख देना. जस्ट मेक श्योर दैट इट इज बिसाइड्स DOI ओनली. And listen. First write this column, then write this column, ideally, then write this, and then write this, and fifth will be this. Got it? Chalo, done. Acha, so now what has happened is there is a differential payment of 56,000 that has been discovered. Now, do you see this? For which statement of account was issued on which date? October 3 only, right? Date of payment was October 7, whichever is earlier, October 6. Okay. So this time of supply that you have made is for 2 lakhs, but this is for specifically 56,000. Okay. So what you can do is you can possibly write down time of supply. This was time of supply for what? And here time of supply is in relation to 56,000. 3, my dear friends, is extremely easy. Reverse charge mechanism. Reverse charge mechanism mein, who is going to pay tax? So you will see the entire transaction from whose perspective? So for goods, in case of recipient, does he receive goods or does he supply goods? He? Acha, once he has received goods, what will he do? Make payment to the make payment to the supplier. So those are the very first two dates: date of receipt of goods, date of payment, and the third is what government has put in from their own end: 31st day from the date of issue of invoice, whichever is. Got it, Veda? Now only one doubt. Tell me one thing. Come here. Let's say on 1/4, I get a message that your Axis Bank, okay, I am a recipient. Remember, I am a recipient, and I get a message your Axis Bank is debited by 1 lakh rupees. Why? Because I must have paid that money. Second, when I check it with my accountant, he says, "Per sir, we had, we had, okay, made the payment entry. Yani we had basically passed the entry creditor to cash bank. How much? अरे creditor ही होगा ना मेरा. अरे creditor to, we have made that entry on, let's say 5/4. So which is the pay date of payment then? The date when bank account showed was 1/4 and the date when my books of account showed was 5/4. Government said both are equally important, so take whichever is. Okay, so date of debit in the bank account you will understand. Still, if you want, you can write for your own understanding when the money has gone out of bank. And date of payment entry, you can write a reference creditor to cash bank wala entry. What? Yes. So which are the dates we will compare, my dear friends here? Tell me. Date of, then date of payment, and third is 31st day from the date of issue of whichever is, whichever is. Chalo, फटाफट से help me solve one and then fifth. चलो फर्स्ट वाला सॉल्व करके बताओ क्या होगा. करेक्ट. जून जून 29 कैसे आएगा यार? पढ़ो एक बार वापस. जून 29 कैसे आएगा? जून 30. बेटा, which are the three dates we have to take care of? Do we have that? Date of payment, do we have that? And what is the last date? Arey, what is the last date that we want? First see that. So what is given? What is the given information here? So we need to figure out 31st day, no? Then how the hell do you say June 29? Idiots. What will be the 31st date? Better, do you realize we have June 29 only? But what is that date? Do we want date of invoice? Do we want date of invoice? What do we want? So we will have to count, no? What is that date? So June, may we have 1 day left, and the other 30 days will fall in July. क्या 31st July? Then that means. So 30th July, which will be the case? अरे क्या जून? क्या जून? In this case, what will happen? Fifth example. July 1. Here, which date you will take? Whichever is. And here, June 26 will be the answer. Are you are understanding or not? What will be this case? Third wala example, give me answer. Only one time of supply will come or two time of supply will come? Think that first. One or two? First answer what I have asked. There will be one time of supply or two time of supplies. So then give two time of supplies. Give. June and so tell me one thing. Date of receipt of goods क्या है? What is 31st day? I don't trust you, beta. Date of payment, two answers. There are two payments. One is June 30 because it is an advance, and second is July 20. So for this July 20, let's say if there was 50 lakhs ka payment, 5 lakh is received in advance, 10 lakh is received after service. Do you realize for this July 20 also, the day service kya goods, the goods were received on July 1 only. And that and invoice is always raised once. Because against advance you get receipt voucher, not tax invoice. Just find out whichever is earlier. Please, if you want, write this down. Okay, this is the format in which I will judge things. Otherwise, I will keep thinking only. Got it? Okay, that was easy. अरे easy था के नहीं? 12.4 voucher. So for example, my dear friends, let's say in the very first attempt, Salman passes inter C. Salam. Both groups, right? And this being Chennai metropolitan city, There are also employment opportunities. Right? So, what will happen, my dear friends? Are there big fours here? Yes or no? So now Salam gets into KPMG. Where does he get into? And he gets a stipend of 15,000. Lovely. For the next 2 years, life is sorted. He has to only focus on finding Salma. He has to find out Salma. So now what happens is that the best part about being in Big Four is that there is a lot of greenery there. Lot of greenery. Don't objectify them. Okay, you low standard person. So now Salam was always keen. I will not say desperate, I will say keen. So he's always keen on, you know, dating someone. So he finally finds a girl. And yeah, he asks her out on a date. And she says yes. She says yes. She says yes. Okay. Now the thing is, now the rule of dating is very simple. Whoever asks out on a date, he has to pay the bill. Very simple. Okay. So Salman thought that since the first date of his, life, it's extremely important that he also shows some chivalry. So he thought he should definitely, just don't go empty-handed. He should, take with him something that is, gift for the lady, right? It's important. So Salam does not know what to do, so he calls me. That sir, please help. This is moment of crisis. I don't know what to do. What should I buy for the date I'm going? And I'm like, don't you worry, I'm there for you. I'm definitely, much more experienced than you in this matter. Yes. And I tell him, okay, do one thing. Don't buy any gift. Don't buy any, buy a gift voucher. Buy a gift because we are also supposed to do 12 subsection 4 beta. So now I tell him, you do one thing, there is a shop called Baggett. What? Baggett, you know? Rural area. Okay. So VIP showroom, you know? Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton. But that is very expensive out of the budget. It is there. So you go and buy, let's say for example, there is Baggett is basically a company that is basically into women handbags. Purse. Purse better purse. Okay. So the only thing that you can buy there is purse, wallets, women handbags. Okay, it can be of any color. Okay, but you only get what there? Women handbags. So I told her, take the voucher. So now Salam buys the voucher on 14th February. Okay, he purchases the voucher there. So date of issue of voucher is what? 1/4. And date of redemption of voucher is 14/11. 14 November, Children's Day. Okay. So he buys the voucher on Valentine's Day, he redeems it on Children's Day. So date of redemption is Children's Day. Now what is the date you will take as the time of supply? So government says, listen, you take whatever date you want, but I only have one condition. That whatever due date will come, there should be sheer clarity of what is the value and what is the rate at which you are going to pay the tax. So let's say if I take 14.2 as the time of supply. What will be the due date? 20th of March. Acha. Did I tell you how much voucher he bought for? 5,000. How much? So is the value clear? Are yes or no? Acha. Is the rate also clear? Why? I am telling you the rate of handbag is 18%. Huh? Are so what? Are you will redeem only some goods today or tomorrow. So is there clarity on rate or not? Acha, when you say you don't have clarity, why do you say that? Tell me, tomorrow, whatever color it must be, green, white, blue, black, whatever, at the end of the day, what is it? At the end of the day, what is going to get redeemed? Because in that shop, what is the only thing you get? So what will get redeemed? So do you exactly know what is going to be redeemed in future? Yes. I am talking about the article, the nature of the article. Answer is yes. Do you know the rate of that article? So pay the tax. Are yes or no? Which is why when you identify whatever the supply is to be made in future, then in that case the time of supply will be date of issue of voucher. Are you getting it? Date of issue of voucher. Okay. But Exxon, did you understand this? So whenever you are going to issue a voucher, whenever you are going to issue a, and the supply of that is identifiable by the supplier knows that what is going to be redeemed tomorrow, he is clear about it, then in that case time of supply will be date of issue of voucher. Just like salam. Okay. Our favorite student Rakshi, she also clears in the first attempt. She gets into EY. She also has a 15,000 stipend, and she is now finding Rakshak. She is finding Rakshak, Rakshit. Yes. So finally, what happened is that they both were looking at each other since last 1 month. आंख मिचोली खेल रहे थे. She seeing her, she seeing him seeing her. But then finally, Rakshi being Rakshi, she lost patience and she said, "Listen, Rakshit, listen. Tomorrow you have to come at this time, this venue, and we are going on a date." Restaurant, beta, restaurant. You don't understand things. Okay? So, chupete, gade, chupet. Okay? So, she's that dominating, yeah. She did not ask out on a date. She said that we are going on a date. And Rakshit, obviously, he had a soft corner. So he obviously said yes. So whoever asks for the better date will pay the bill and will also gift. And that is what Rakshi did. Rakshi called me, sir, what should I buy? And I'm like, don't buy anything. Especially don't buy perfume, idiot. What will he think? Arey, no? When you buy perfume, what is the message that you are going to? So don't buy a perfume ever. So I hey, bhai, idhar aao, suno. Obviously, that shows that that person has a very bad body odor. So he needs perfume. So that is what you're trying to convey. So never give such sensitive gifts. So I told her, do one thing, best part is you take one voucher but of shopper stop. Shopper stop there, Chennai, metropolitan city. So she takes voucher of shopper stop for 5,000 rupees. Now you tell me, do you get only one thing in shopper stop? Yes. There are so many things that you get, right? So can I determine from now what will be redeemed? No. Because you get shoes, you get garments, cosmetics, perfumes, everything. Right? So which is why we cannot take this as the date. Because we will get clarity of the rate only once goods are redeemed. Are you getting it, guys? And which is why when the supply is, please write down here, not identifiable. When they are not identifiable, date of redemption of voucher will be the time of supply. Got it, beta? Acha. 12.5 is residual case. So in case of time of supply of 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, so you are not able to find time of supply in either of the cases, 12.2, 12.3 or 12, then the time of supply will be if you are filing if periodical return, date of filing return, and in any other case date when the tax is paid. Very less important, just go through it once, not very important, even practically it is not applied that much. Okay. And the last is 12 subsection 6, very important, very important. Okay. So in case of interest, late fee and penalty, in case of interest, late fee and penalty, my dear friends, what will be the time of supply? Date of payment. Date of, so as soon as you get a date of payment in that month itself, okay, make sure in that month as in, so if you get payment in April, 20th May you will have to pay the tax. If you get payment in December 20th, Jan will be the date when you will actually make the payment of tax. Are you getting it? So you will tell me now in this case, okay? Read the entire case and tell me what will be the time of supply for the entire 21 lakhs. Huh? No, 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 no. When I say 21 lakhs, read it properly, idiot. Oh. Hmm? For? Okay. Perfect. Perfect. So proud of you guys. 21 lakhs beta will be divided into two parts. 20 lakh and 1 lakh. Because 20 lakh is what? Consideration of the goods. And 1 lakh is what? Late fee charged on in relation to delayed payment of those goods. So this will be subject to. Acha, how did I realize it's forward charge? Can you see that person has charged GST to the recipient? In your notebook or somewhere, please write the answer. इनवॉइस का डेट क्या है? Sir, tell me one thing, one very important thing, that what if I tell you that this person has, लिखो नीचे क्वेश्चन ही लिखो, इसीलिए बोला था ये आप, इसीलिए आई वांटेड यू टू राइट दिस इन द नोटबुक. सर स्मॉल क्वेश्चन दो, रुक जाओ अभी मैं ही लिख देता हूँ, देन यू फिगर आउट. बोलो. बोलो व्हाट विल हैपन. अरे एंटायर 21 ना, सॉरी 20 नहीं 21. बोलो. If what will your answer be the same, like ऊपर जो आंसर आपने दिया है will be the same answer if let's say I don't receive anything from the customer. I have supplied but I have not received 21 lakhs from customer. Huh? Correct. So for 20 lakhs I'll actually have to pay tax from my own pocket. Why? Because government does not give a damn as to whether I receive any money or not. The government is only concerned that listen, you have supplied goods, you have raised invoice, end of discussion, you will have to pay the tax. Now you receive money from the recipient or not, you, that is your lookout. You have done the crime of supply of goods, end of discussion, you are paying tax. You receive it from the recipient, good for you, not, I don't give a damn, I need tax on that. Point number one. Point number two, that is not the case with respect to interest late fee penalty. You will get, sorry, government will get tax only when you get paid. So your bad debt is government's bad debt. Are yes or no? Your bad debt is, so if you don't receive money, will there be a time of supply? No. So there will be no due date, and thereby I will not pay any tax on that. But that is not the case with what? Consideration. But that is definitely the case with what? Delay in consideration, where I am receiving interest late fee penalty. Are you getting it? And there is a logic behind it also. Okay? You must be definitely, be in a position and saying, yes, sir, that is very harsh, no? That I'm actually not receiving. So actually, there is two laws that I'm actually boning. One, I'm not receiving the money against the goods. Second, I also have to pay tax from my own pocket. Yes or no? But there is a reason for it, and assessee is only responsible for it. So in previous tax laws, the time of supply used to always be date of payment. So the assessee used to do what? He used to, so for example, he has passed the entry. What? Debtors to sales. Debtors to, right now he will not say debtors to sales to GST people, because right now is not when it gets triggered. My time of supply will get triggered when? When I receive payment. So right now I can't pass the entry what? Debtors to sales to GST payable. No. Debtors to sales. That is the entry I have to pass. Right? So now what happens is that there are two ways of reversing debtors. One is through cash and the other is through bad debt. One is through cash and other is through. So what will I do? I will reverse the, so what I will do, I will tell the recipient that recipient, if you want me to not charge you service tax, I will recognize you as bad debt. Right? So what will I show in my books of accounts? Bad debt to debtors. That means there is no scope of GST liability, tax liability now. Because I have shown in my books of accounts that I am never going to receive payment from this person. So no GST liability, no service tax liability. And then what will I do? I will receive the money in cash from the recipient. Are you getting it? So now what happened? Since I recognized as a bad debt in my books of accounts, will government ask from me? No. Will I ask from the recipient? No. So I showed it in my books of accounts that I am not getting money, but I am actually getting in cash, which cannot be tracked. Are yes or no? So by doing this, a lot of tax liability was being evaded. And which is why government said that now nothing doing. Simple. You bloody remove goods from your factory, you will pay tax. Irrespective of whether you get the money from the recipient or not. Is this very clear, guys? Are yes or no? Yes. Okay. Let's hit for a break now. Okay, and then 13 wala part will be there. We will complete that, and we will complete debit note and credit note. एडिडास पे आया टीम व्यूअर किधर हाँ जरा टीम व्यूअर पे आना अरे और कोई नहीं है क्या वहाँ पे अरे वीडियो लेना है यार अरे भाई वीडियो कहाँ पे है वो हाँ बोलिए नहीं क्या वो अच्छा 7 to 10 अच्छा 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 ओके ओके नहीं नीलम अभी तो कुछ नहीं है ऐसा नहीं तो उनको बोलो कि 50 जन को लेके आए 20-25 जन को लेके आए तो करेंगे ऐसा नहीं 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 रिकॉर्डिंग है ए स्पीकर जरा लगा ना इसमें
கேக்குதாடா பாண்டி?
பண்டி பண்டி அவதாரக்
கேக்குதா கேக்குதா? ஏய் எம்மனிடா ஜூம் லைவ் யூடியூப் லைவ்.
தனியாக எங்க மைக்கு எனக்கு எழுதணும்
பாண்டி show your face. எருமை ஏய் அது லிக் பண்ண முடியாதா?
பண்ண முடியும் கொடுங்க நான் பண்றேன். ஏய் வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ணுங்க. ஏய் வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ணுங்க தண்டி சி பண்ணி.
டேய் பண்ணி மாடு.
இது லெஃப்ட் ரைட் எடுத்து வா மவுஸ்.
ஹலோ
மவுஸ் சார் லெஃப்ட்.
வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ணுங்க.
அப்படி இல்ல.
இதெல்லாம் டெலீட் பண்ண முடியும்.
மவுஸ் எங்க இருக்கு?
இங்க இருக்கு. அங்க வந்து Aram let plastic surgery for some parts.
பை பை. வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ணுங்க.
மவுஸ் இங்க வந்து அங்க தெரியுதுங்க.
மவுஸ் எங்க இருக்கு வந்துருச்சா?
கூட நான் பண்றேன்.
அவன் பாத்ரூம்ல உட்கார்ந்து
அதெல்லாம் இல்ல. இங்க வரணும்.
has to start video. அது ஒண்ணும் பண்ண முடியாது.
ஏய் பண்ணிட்டு இல்ல பண்ணலாம்ப்பா.
ஏய் எல்லாம் ஆவாதுப்பா. ஐயோ ஒண்ணும் பண்ணல. ரிப்போர்ட் கொடுத்து
அடே என்னடா இது?
ஏய் நீங்க போட்ட மெசேஜை டெலீட் பண்ணுவீங்களாமா?
அது பண்ண முடியாது. டெலீட்லாம் பண்ண
யார்
முடியாது.
அனுப்பிச்சாங்க பண்ணு.
ஏய் இது ஏன் இந்த ஸ்கிரீன்ல என்ன இருக்கு? இது எப்படி ஓபன்
இங்க
பண்ணுது?
வாங்க.
அது வந்து
இங்க வாங்க இங்க வாங்க.
ஏய் அதுல ஒரு வாட்டி அம்ஸ்டா டெலீட்லாம் பண்ண முடியாது ஜூம்ல. யார் சொன்னது?
ஏய் நிறைய பேர் மெசேஜ் அனுப்ப சொல்றாங்க. அந்த அப்படியே பின்னாடி போயிருடா.
டேய் பாண்டி வீடியோ ஆன் பண்றா.
என்னடா முத்து மோனே செம் மாறி
கேமரா இல்ல அதான் ஆன் பண்ணாம இருக்கான்.
கேமரா இல்லையா? என்ன கேமரா இல்ல?
அவன் லேப்ல கேமரா
என் போன்ல
ஓகே பை
கேமரா
பண்ணி.
இல்லாத லேப்பா?
என்னடா
பழைய லேப்பா இருக்கும்.
கேக்கல. சரி பை. ஏய் என்ன சொன்னாரு பாத்தியா?
போடா எருமை.
டிஷர்ட் திருடிங்க. போடா அவ்வளவுதான்.
बदमाश शैतान का बच्चे. अरे शैतान का बच्चे प्ले बाय
டேஷ் 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 டேஷ்.
दुश्मन.
ஏய் எனக்கு சரி பை ரச்சி. நான் கோவிலுக்கு கால் பண்றேன். பை பை பை.
अरे switch on the lights, da. Switch on the lights, da. સંદીપ જરા સાગર પાસેથી વિડીયો લઈ લે અને શિક્ષણનો વિડીયો છે અને જો એડિટ કર આપણે રીલ્સ બનાવવાની છે એમની કે ફ્યુ હેક્સ ઓન મેથમેટિક્સ એમ કરીને તો મને એક એડિટ કરીને આપ કે કેવી રીતે આ બનશે એક મિનિટની રીલ છે એક મિનિટના કોન્સેપ્ટ એમના તું મને આપ બનાવીને કંઈક કે કેવી રીતે પ્રેઝન્ટ કરશું સાગર મોરે પાસેથી વિડીયો લઈ લે Okay, chalo da. Da, come on da. Switch on AC da. Where is the projector da? You don't call me da beta. I know the meaning of da now. You will call me Irkinga. Yanna Raskala minded da. Balaji. Balaji, you are already recruited. You already have a job. You have a job, Balaji. Okay, Balaji. Please tell your mother you are recruited. In you have a job now. हेलो अरे बालाजी यार स्पीकर चालू करना यार हेलो 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 कहाँ आवाज आ रहा है ये हेलो हेलो मोटो अरे थंगाबली नहीं नहीं स्पीकर थोड़ा वॉल्यूम चालू करना अरे डा अरे डैडी इट इज नॉट डैडी इट इज डैडी हेलो अरे हेलो चलो यार when will we go out यार we are supposed to go out one day together yes not to Marina Beach you get भुट्टा in Marina Beach भुट्टा you get भुट्टा क्या होता है मकाई मक्का maize corn you get उसमें you apply this lemon and pepper and like lemon and chili powder you eat you are Indian yes heated yes you are Indian you are true Indian yes okay if you would have said no then you were anti-Indian you are supposed to go to Pakistan sorry okay Pakistan or Sri Lanka whichever is nearer he is anti variant anti lover anti lover why अच्छा आंटी, आंटी क्या बोलते तुम? आंटी बोलो ना, आंटी. Why auntie? You like? What are these hobbies? Acha, okay. Huh? Salam, what standards have you set for yourself? What is this? Pythium. Pythium attitude. Okay. Johnny, Johnny, yes, Papa. Eating sugar, no, Papa. Telling lies, no, Papa. Don't open your mouth. Don't open your mouth because it is Johnny. Okay. Chal. Okay. Okay, guys. Now we are going to another Pythium section, and the name of that Pythium section is Section 13. Do you know what? There is a good news. 13.2 and 13.3 is what we have to do. 13.4, 13.5, 13.6. Bolo, 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 bolo. 13.4. Done, 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 done. It is already done because 12 for 12, 5, 12, 6 is mutatis, mutandis, mutatis, mutandis, mutatis, mutandis. Shame to shame. Bolo, shame to shame. Shame to shame, Shabji. Shabji, shame to shame. Okay. So now, my dear friends, we will directly do 13 subsection 2, and that is, my dear friends, nothing else but normal charge or forward charge, as I interchangeably use it. Tell me friends, forward charge mein who will pay tax? So aaj tell me one thing. Okay, if invoice is issued, okay, I'll tell you something. Remember, while you are supplying service, there are three important events that occur. One is supply of service. The other is payment. And the other is date of issue of invoice. So first you supply service, then you issue invoice, and then you finally receive the payment. Now what is that date on which I can say that it is exactly the date on which supply has been made? Tell me. Is it the date when I provided service, when I issued invoice, or when I made payment? Which date is the date when I say, when I can actually say that in case of supply of service, this is the date when actually the, the service has been supplied. This is the time. This is the time. So government said, listen, very simple. You just see first whether you have issued the invoice at the right time or not. You see that. If you have issued the invoice at the right time, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. And not then date of provision of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Now, what is the right time? Then it is very simple. Look at the time limit. What is the time limit to issue invoice in case of supply of service? 30 days. So whenever you provide service, whenever you provide, if you have issued invoice within 30, then time of supply will be, just write it this way, DOI or DOP, whichever is earlier. Just write it upside down. Date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. And if it is issued after 30 days, then date of provision of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Acha. Now, if there is date of payment, you have to have this clarification. So in my case, okay, I am a supplier. I am a Now, date of credit in the bank account, that means the day when my bank account actually tells me that this is the day when you have received the money. Or date of payment entry in the books of accounts of supplier. What is this payment entry? Cash bank to debtors. You are a supplier, no? So you will receive money. So cash bank to debtors. This, the day when you pass this entry or this, whichever is okay. I want to do solve this sum. Just a second. Huh? Just check this and also check 13 subsection 3 right away. 13 subsection 3 after you solve this sum. For 3,000 and for 12,000. Correct. 13,300. 13,300 देखा? Exactly the same. Exactly the same like 12,300. But as you can see, I just entered right now. I just entered right now, right? Can I say that service has entered? Can I say service aa gaya? Service just entered now. But can you say the same for goods? So if let's say there is a guy who's coming here, let's say I have bought something from Amazon and he comes here and delivers. Can I say the goods have entered? Yes. But you cannot say that for, because service is abstract. It is, you cannot touch it. You cannot touch it. You can only feel it. चल बेटा आजा तेरा such filthy mind people. चलो 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 okay. So now there is date of payment, date of, so which is why there is nothing like as date of receipt of service. There is only date of payment, and then there it was what, 31st day. Here it is 61st day, whichever is early. Is this very clear, my dear friends? But you also have proviso to 13.3. So here there is reverse charge mechanism, but okay, you won't go as per the conventional provision. There is a specific section created, but you should know the situation first. And this is the situation. Okay, the situation is supplier is outside India, recipient is in India, okay, and both are what? Associated enterprise. Both are what? Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. Both are associated enterprises. An associated enterprise ka classic example is holding company and subsidiary company. So in this case, my dear friends, what will be the time of supply? Date of debit entry in the books of accounts of recipient, or date of payment, whichever is. Now what is date of debit entry in the books of accounts? Listen, understand what does this mean. Tell me, for any recipient, any transaction is an expense or income? For a recipient, expense or income? For you, coaching service is expense or income? Because you are the recipient. You are the. So what do you do with expense in books of accounts? हाँ बेटा, हाँ बेटा. So you pass this entry, or you pass, or you actually receive payment, whichever is earlier will be the date. Is this very clear? Okay, tell me what is happening here. What will be the time of supply here? 10-1 or is this very clear? Thangabali. Okay. The remaining, my dear friends, is what? Mutatis mutandis 12-4, 12-5 and 12-6. Mutatis mutandis is a Latin dictum. It's a Latin dictum. Shame to shame. Acha, here only one part was remaining. This part. Okay. So listen. Here, what they have told is, listen, what happens especially in telecom companies. So let's say the period for which I have availed service is 1 month, from 1st April to 30th April. So my date of provision of service is what? 30th April. Correct? Second is, the invoice is raised in this case on what date? Let's say 5th of May, and payment is made on 10th of May. Now the twist was here that invoice was of 2900, but you will ended up paying how much? 29. You will ended up paying how much? So 100 rupees that you have paid extra will be adjusted in the next invoice. Yes or no? But do you know what happens here? There are a lot of issues. There are a lot of issues here. When I will figure out time of supply, what will happen? What will happen? 3000 ka time of supply I'll have to figure out. So here, is the invoice issued within 30 days from the date of provision of service? And the answer is yes. So invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. Second, what is that? Acha, second will be, my dear friends, that here the invoice is issued on 5/5 only, but there is an advance. So this was for 2900 and this is for I'm so sorry. Okay, 2900. वो 100 रुपए का मैं बताता हूँ आपको. ओके, तो ठीक है, यहाँ पे टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई आ गया एंड वी पेड टैक्स. ओके, on 5/5. Now the thing is, May came. So 31st May is the date of provision of service. Date of issue of invoice was 5/6 and date of payment was 10/6. This time what happened? The bill was of 1000 rupees, but the payment was how much? Only 900. Correct? Are why 900? Because 100 rupees was paid earlier, no yaar? Are yes or no? So when I say 1000 rupees, so what will be the invoice date here? What will be the date of payment? So it depends. This will be for 900. And this will be for 100. 5, 6, 10, 6. 5, 6. Here it will be. इनवॉइस का डेट क्या है? इनवॉइस का डेट क्या है? 5/6. पर इसका डेट क्या है? Are you getting it? So now what will happen, understand that 100 rupees that I've paid in extra, for that I had to do so much of work. I have to track which month excess is paid. I have to track this payment will be set off against which payment, which invoice in the future. So lot of such kya hai, hassles will happen, not just for 100 rupees, but even if I pay 50 paisa extra or 1 rupee extra, the entire calculation have to be done. And understand, a telecom company like a Jio has 50 crore subscribers. So you never know, yaar, even if you have to do 50% for the population, there is 25 crore times you have to do this. You will have to actually set up a team of CS just to do this calculation. And which is what government told, that listen, I understand that 100 rupees was advance, but instead of that, if you shift that date of payment from 10/5 and consider that time of supply as 5/6 only, then it will be a very easy job for the supplier, and he will only go invoice wise and not payment wise, where the excess payment that you have paid is up to rupees 1000. So here the excess paid was how much? I was supposed to pay 2900, but I have paid how much? 3000. So excess amount, how much have I paid? Okay, which is definitely what, up to 1000. And this 100, the time of supply, instead of date of payment, government said take it as the invoice date, okay, for the next period, for the next period, for the next month. Okay, so that is what they said, that instead of saying invoice ya payment, whichever is earlier, directly say that for that excess amount, the time of supply is date of issue of invoice, date of issue of invoice, date of issue of invoice, which you are going to issue in the coming period. Okay, so where the supplier of taxable service receives an amount up to rupees 1000 in excess of the amount indicated, the time of supply to the extent of such excess amount shall, at the option of the said supplier, be the date of issue of invoice relating to such excess payment. So since that payment is advance, no yaar, and whenever there is advance, always remember the time of supply will only be date of payment. Because advance is the very first date that gets triggered. But government said instead of taking date of payment, directly take date of invoice. So a telephone company receives 5000 against an invoice of 4800. The excess amount can be adjusted against the next invoice. The company has the option to take the date of next invoice as the time of supply in relation to the 200 amount received in excess instead of date of payment. Are you getting it? यहाँ पे लिख दे instead of date of payment of 200 rupees. Got it? That's it. Done. That's it, guys. Okay. So we are done with, my dear friends, what? Time of supply. Very easy chapter. Okay, now the only tricky part that comes here is they will ask you two questions. They will ask you first question, figure out whether here the tax will be payable as per RCM or FCM. So for that you need to really know all the cases of 9(3) proper. Acha, if you figure out that the cases of RCM, then just check is it goods or service. If it is goods, it will be 12(3). If it is service, it will be 13(3). Got it? So that's the only hack that they can possibly use to make date of payment questions a little more tricky. Okay, if you remember, we had left 18.1c. 18.1c mein, my dear friends, come here. The concept is extremely simple. Let's say on 1.4, I had opted for composition scheme. And from 1.4 to, let's say, 30th 9, sorry, 110. Okay. I was under composition scheme. But on 110, my aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs. My aggregate turnover exceeds 29, sorry, 29. Yes. And hence I can say what starts? ठीक है? So now will you be able to charge GST? Yes. So a stock that is a day before that. So inputs a day before that and capital goods a day before that. So for inputs you will get the entire ITC, but for capital goods you will get ITC minus okay and CG का भी आपको मिल जाएगा but as per ITC minus 5% per quarter or part thereof. Okay, now we are left with, my dear friends, just the debit note, credit note wala part. Let me just write down. E-invoice, registration, and e-way bill. ए भाई Okay, come on, page number 13.34. There are small 2-3 exemptions we will do and wrap up. चलो आ जाओ फटाफट से. 13.34 guys, come on. 13.34. Balaji, this is blur coming here. What happened? Zoom. Okay. Guys, if you are running, if CG, SG or entity registered under 12AA or 12AB under income tax is running an old age home, what are they running? Vrudhrashram. Okay. Vrudhashram. Okay. Where they are charging 25 rupees, 25,000 rupees per month to residents who are what? Senior citizens. 60 or more. For what? For only lodging and boarding. Then definitely this service will be what, my dear friends? Exempt. But please remember there are 3 conditions here. It has to be run by CGSG and entity or entity which is registered under 12AA or 12AB. Who are the recipients? Senior citizens, 60 plus age. And consideration should be not expensive up to 25,000 per month. For lodging boarding, definitely it will be exempt. Acha. One more thing. Let's say if you register yourself as a company, from a partnership firm, you are registering yourself as a company. From partnership firm to whom? A company. You will have to actually pay some filing fees to MCA, that is Ministry of Corporate Affairs, because you are registering yourself under a law. Acha, whenever you set up a shop, you have to also register in the Shop Establishment Act. For all of this, if any fees is taken, it is exempt. Okay. If any government is providing service in relation to testing, calibration, safety check, certification, protection or safety of workers, consumers or public at large, including fire license, they will be required under law for time being in force. Then in this case, my dear friends, please try and understand. They say, for example, PUC, you know, are pollution under control. There are these cars, no, that are on the road that keep helping you check the pollution and all of that. So you have to pay 50 or 100 rupees for the same. No GST. Okay. अच्छा, यहाँ पे एक और लिखो जरा. Services by the way of services by the way of issuance of passport, birth certificate, death certificate, visa. Are also exempt. Okay. Acha. Now listen. For example, government is telling Oberoi builders that please help me construct this school. Your target is to complete within 2 years. Project is of 10 crores. because it is in Chennai. Okay. If you don't do it within 2 years, you will have to pay me 5 crores as a liquidation damages. Now what happens? It does not do within 2 years and it will end up paying me 5 crores. So now what is happening exactly? The builders are paying it to the government. Why? Because government is tolerating their act of delaying the project, and on that basis they are collecting money in the form of liquidation charges, and that charges are definitely what, my dear friends, exempt. So remember, this exemption का example is this. Okay, ये तो सिर्फ context के लिए दिया है. It is only given for context that ABCD Builders is here giving construction service to Karnataka government for 100 crores, but since it has delayed in doing the construction, okay, the liquidation damages are 10 crores, and that 10 crores will definitely be what, my dear friends, exempt, which is nothing but liquidated damages. Next is, friends, if you are an importer or exporter of goods, if you are importer or exporter of goods, now there can be a case where your consignment is coming at midnight 1 or 2 a.m. or morning 4 or 5 a.m. Right now there are working hours for also the customs officer, which are basically, okay, stationed there. They also have a timing of good 9 to 5 job, 9 to 6 job they have. So anything that, any consignment that is coming, okay, beyond their working hours, what will happen, my dear friends? If you really want them to stay back, you will have to pay them MOT, merchant overtime charges. Now even that charge is what, beta, exempt. Okay, that's it, guys. Done. Okay, there are few exemptions in अपना government service which we will do tomorrow, and we will wrap up the remaining part as we said. Okay, आ जाओ कल. The lecture will be at again 7:30 only. Okay.